with us? Oh, yes,
He's
okay.
down below there. I don't see any video, but it looks like he's on.
Okay, we'll recognize when he comes in. And there are two very important people also we need to recognize. Jane Overton is our policy analyst. And I'm looking, yes, the square that has the numbers, the LD. This is our committee clerk, Deborah Fay. And yes, the numbers will be the LD that we are going to be discussing. So I will also tell the attendees that for each bill today, I will call upon sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. I then will ask if there are any legislators in the room that wish to also give testimony. After their presentation, I will call upon members of the public based on how they registered to testify. I will ask for those who are for the bill, against the bill, neither for nor against the bill. When I call you, and you come to speak, I will ask you please to state your name, your place of residence, and any organization you may represent. Each speaker from the public will have 3 minutes to speak. And now I will open the hearing on the first one we'll be hearing today is LD 1668. I'm sorry I didn't say this at the beginning. That's the adjustment to the agenda today. We begin with 1668. Let me run down the others. We will then have 1316, then 1364, then 1408, 1504. So it's up to you there, Representative Lookner.
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may, for the public, I'll just read. This is a resolve to develop a plan to close the Long Creek Youth Development Center and redirect funding to community integration services for adjudicated youth. I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Representative Lichter. Go right ahead.
Problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, the best committee in the legislature. My name is Grayson Lookner, and I represent the neighborhoods of Libbytown, Naces Corner, Rosemont, and Strawwater in Portland. I'm here today to introduce LD 1668, a resolve to develop a plan to close the Long Creek Youth Development Center and redirect funding to community integration services for adjudicated youth. I worked for a period of time with youth experiencing homelessness and substance use disorder. That experience taught me that we do not prioritize caring for youth who cannot count on their families or support networks to care for them. The program was acutely underfunded, and it was these young people who suffered because of it. I also learned that youth are not criminals. They act out of desperation and need understanding, support, and help, not condemnation, punishment, and a long stay in a traumatic lockdown environment. Currently, there are 28 young people locked up at the Long Creek Youth Development Center, which has an annual operating budget of $18.6 million, which means we are spending nearly $700,000 a year on each young person locked up in the facility. While we should not spare any expense in providing for the youth of our state, most of us can agree that for that amount, we can be doing a lot better for these 28 individuals and many others. That amount of spending has not mitigated or reduced the fact that Long Creek has been a place of violence and trauma for young people for too long. In 2016, a transgender young person with unmet mental health needs killed himself in Long Creek. Charles Mays Knowles should be alive today. Nor has that spending mitigated the extremely disproportionate impact that Maine's criminal justice system has on youth of color. Black Mainers represent 1.6% of our state's population, and yet nearly a full quarter of the youth in Long Creek are Black. That is an astounding and, to me, shameful fact for which there is no other explanation than institutional racism. In 2019, the Maine Juvenile Justice System Assessment and Reinvestment Task Force was convened and made up of legislators on this committee. In the concluding report, the task force, produced by the Children's Center for Law and Policy, we learned that 53% of the youth who are detained in Long Creek are there for the state to provide physical care. 69% of the youth in Long Creek received behavioral health services from Maine Care in the year prior to commitment. Let that sink in. More than half of the residents of Long Creek are there because we cannot find a safer, more appropriate place to shelter and provide mental health treatment for these children, largely because our state has systematically underfunded the necessary services. Since the report was published, we have yet to see a comprehensive plan from the Department of Corrections about how to move forward with the recommendations, mainly that we must keep youth out of lockdown facilities such as Long Creek. My bill proposes that we implement the report's recommendations and move forward with closing this antiquated system based on outdated thinking. Children and young people have the right to care, education, and support in their communities. Those services are not specialties of the Maine's Department of Corrections. And MDOC has demonstrated its inability to adequately provide for Maine's youth. The evidence is clear. A 2018 Department of Justice report found that nearly 1 in 10 youth in Long Creek reported sexual victimization while under MDOC's control. Many youth leaving Long Creek report lingering mental health symptoms like depression and trauma, and sadly, too many of them become acculturated to an institutionalized mentality, and too many end up recidivating and becoming residents of MDOC facilities in adulthood. Additionally, MDOC did little to protect young people incarcerated during the COVID-19 pandemic, leading to 12 Long Creek staffers testing positive for the virus. If we do not take urgent action to close Long Creek, youth will continue to suffer inside the facility and carry that harm with them into their lives outside of that facility. A recent poll found that 59% of Mainers support closing existing and abstaining from building new youth prisons for a more individualized approach to youth justice, focused on each child's circumstances and needs rather than immediately placing young people behind bars. This bill directs the Department of Corrections to create a plan to close the Long Creek Youth Development Center by June 2023 and repurpose the facility to serve as a community center for supportive housing instead of a place of trauma, harm, and punishment. The bill also calls for the divestment of $18.6 million from the Maine Department of Corrections budget and will create a Youth Justice Committee Reinvestment Fund. By closing Long Creek and investing the $18 million operating costs into a continuum of community-based care, such as job training, housing, and mental health treatment, we can invest in the future of our youth and our communities. LD 1668 directs the Maine Department of Corrections to work with the Maine Department of Labor to initiate a just transition of workers into different employment. Many of the workers at Long Creek are qualified professionals who could serve the state in other capacities. Some workers would benefit from advancing their educations. This bill does not leave the staff of Long Creek hanging out to dry. It will find new opportunities as we transition towards a more just model of helping our adjudicated youth. A world without youth prisons replaced by a community-based continuum of care for youth can exist. New Hampshire's legislature has just voted to close its last remaining youth prison, and it's time for Maine to follow suit. It's time to close Long Creek and reinvest the operating budget into evidence-based community resources for young people. We can listen to the young people who experience Long Creek and end the ongoing traumatization of these youngsters. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to working with you all on this bill, and I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. Before I ask the committee members, I'll have Representative Morales introduce herself, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland in-house District 33, which is where Long Creek Youth Development Center is located. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Lookner? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lookner, for this bill. Just a quick question as we think about the reinvestment of that 18.5 million. Would there be any interest on the part of you and other folks to possibly invest some of those funds into substance use disorder treatment?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, thank you for the question, Representative Warren. So this bill will direct our committee to appoint a special entity to oversee the reinvestment of these funds and ensure that advocates for the recovery community are on that entity. So I want to make sure that a good portion of that goes towards funding treatment.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Representative Lookner? Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got just two questions. One, does Long Creek, do they own the facility now, free and clear?
Thank you for the question, Senator Seaway. I think there are other folks on the call who are more familiar. Representative Morales, do you have an answer for that?
Yes.
You may answer, Representative Morales, if you wish.
Yes, thank you. The state owns the entire property, and it includes more than just the actual youth prison. So there's quite a number of acres. I think it's in between the 40 to 60 acres right there by the airport.
Thank you. And then the other is on security classifications. I know some very serious crimes committed and can be very dangerous. Do you know what the statistics are of those different classifications of population?
Thank you for the question, Senator. My understanding is that very few of the youth in Long Creek are there because of some sort of, there's some sort of danger. It's more that we can't find places to put them. We don't have housing for them. We don't have other support services for them. So I don't have that figure offhand, but it's 28 children in there at this moment. And I think we can do a lot better as a state finding more appropriate places for them.
Can we find out what that is for the work session?
Yeah.
Those classifications, what the population is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I'll have one directed to Section 3, what Representative Warren picked up on the entity to manage distribute funds. I found it interesting. I want you to explain that to me. It says the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice, Public Safety shall study. And on the bottom is a paragraph, the entity may not be the Department of Corrections. So how do you envision this working?
Thank you for the question, Senator DeChambeau. So I envision, that this committee will come together and find the best people in the state, advocates from different departments, including, Department of Education, Department of Health and Human Services, as well as advocates from different communities that have been directly affected by Long Creek. So we will appoint that entity, and that entity will be in charge of determining how this money will be redistributed into the community.
So this is a committee that will be appointed by this committee?
Yes, in the bill, that's how it's written.
And this committee will be overseeing that?
Ultimately, they will report to us, yeah.
Thank you. So seeing no other hands raised, I will ask if, are there any co-sponsors or legislators that wish to speak on this bill, LD 1668? Please raise your hand, we'll let you in.
I see one hand up.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I'm not sure it's a legislator.
Frankly, the co-sponsors are a lot of them from our own committee. Let's see who wants to come in.
I don't think we have any.
Okay, now I'll ask if anyone wishes to speak in support of this bill. Please raise your hand and we'll let you in about 3 at a time.
I will be bringing in the first 3.
Thank you. I see 1. Oh, see 2. All right, I will recognize, boy, they keep moving. Wait a minute. Vincent Schiraldi, right?
Great. Good morning. My name's Vincent Schiraldi. I am the co-director of the Columbia University Justice Lab, former commissioner of probation in New York City, and former director of juvenile corrections in Washington, D.C. And I'm testifying in favor. When I was commissioner in New York City, Mayor Bloomberg and and Governor Cuomo worked together to remove all of the young people from New York State's juvenile corrections system, all of the ones from New York City. When we started, it was called the Close to Home legislation. It passed in a bipartisan manner. The Senate was controlled by Republicans at the time. The system was exhibiting many of the same atrocities that we've heard about from Long Creek, sorry. And so the governor and mayor said, like, we got to do something substantial here. So the legislation gave New York City the young people back. There were a little under 500 kids in state custody at the time. We had a planning period like you're envisioning here. It was a little shorter than I wish it was because I was commissioner of probation, so my pedal was to the floor the whole time. But we worked with the judges, the prosecutors, the police, the health department, the community advocates, much as is envisioned in this. We had consulting work from the Vera Institute of Justice and John Jay College, planned a whole continuum of care using the savings from not locking the kids up, and our costs were astronomical at the time. So we had, once you don't spend that money on lockup, you have a lot of money to program the kids in the community. So we moved them all. There are 0 kids in state custody from New York City right now. New York City is about 8.4 million person jurisdiction. They're all in And the numbers went down, down, down as we created more community programs. Our prosecutors and our judges got more comfortable putting kids into those programs. So although there were 500, now this was 2012, the number of kids now in any form of custody is 62. Most of those are non-locked, what we call staff secure facilities, 6 beds, 8 beds, nothing that looks like youth prison. The number of kids now is down to 62. About 20 something are in something that's locked, but again, that looks like a house, not like a prison. And in the first 4 years following close to home, the number of juvenile arrests dropped by 53% in New York City, which was twice the decline of the previous 4 years. It had dropped by 24% in the previous 4 years. So we were able to capture that money, use it in the community. I don't think we consulted with the community as well as is being envisioned in this legislation. So I especially applaud the fact that you're doing that. And I'm just happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Schiraldi? Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schiraldi, for being here and for starting this conversation off. I'm so glad you went first because it's great to see an example of where this has happened. I'm wondering if you can kind of touch on two things. One is jobs. So how was the state of New York able to work with currently employed corrections officers and staff? And then two, what were some of the biggest challenges to enacting the close to home legislation as you saw it in New York at the time? Thank you.
So Governor Cuomo, I thought, did a very interesting thing separate from close to home for both adult and juvenile corrections, because the numbers were dropping for both in New York State. He put together a $10 million, and it might be more now, I haven't focused on it as much, sort of a fund for any community that lost a facility so that they could use that for economic development, to try to attract people to buy and build stuff in that facility, stuff like that. When I closed a youth prison in Washington, D.C. when I was corrections commissioner there, we actually worked with the National Guard to establish a youth program in the facility. So we took all the fences down and we rehabbed it, and it didn't look like a prison anymore. But you think about these places, they got gyms, they got cafeterias. The Army was thrilled to have it. And by the way, once you give it to the Army, you're never going to get it back. So you better make sure you know what you're doing when you do it. So those are just examples. But the Urban Institute, and I can send it to you, Representative Morales, has a really interesting paper on what people have done with youth prisons throughout the country, because you're not alone here. There's been a 66% decline in the number of kids in locked custody and about a 70% decline in the number of facilities open that are over 200 beds. So this is happening all over the country. Some people are doing it really well. Some people are doing it really poorly. And Urban Institute wrote a nice paper on it. I'm happy to send it to the committee. Now you asked two questions, and I'm sorry I forgot the other one.
No problem. It was about jobs. How do we work with the current staff and jobs? Yeah,
so not in DC nor in New York did any staff lose their jobs. They were all, but there's a pretty high attrition rate. I don't know what's going on there. People did a trick. They didn't replace people when the number of staff declined, and that was good enough. As terrible as these places are, people, they grow up in them, the staff. They think of them as a place that, they met their wife there, their husband there, they met their best friend there, they're having barbecues with each other. When they close, a lot of people just retire. And then the rest, I thought the legislation was pretty interesting on that. I think retraining is a good idea. I've heard of places that do rights of first refusal. So for example, if you're going to set up a community program, these people are good at working with kids, and a lot of them, if retrained, could do that. The kids are going to need help. It's not like you just send them home. They're going to need programming. They're going to need multi-systemic therapy and wraparound services and all that stuff. You could imagine crafting a situation where people could go work in those nonprofits and maintain their positions, like have a guaranteed 3-year, 1 year, 2 year, whatever seems to work with you guys at their current salary. And then at the end of that, if the nonprofit can hire them or not as they see fit, this way, at least it's a softer landing.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Schiraldi? See none. Mr. Schiraldi, you have submitted written testimony so we can make reference to it, have you?
I am editing it even as we speak, and I'm going to send it by the end of the day.
Good. And you can probably, if you remember, to add some of those responses you gave to Representative Morales would be helpful.
Will do, and I'll send a link to that Urban Institute paper in it as well.
And I'm going to ask you your first sentence, which it gave me pause. Your co-director, where and what are you co-directing?
It's the Columbia University in New York City Justice Lab is the name of it. It's it's Research and Policy Lab at Columbia.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here today. Just one quick question for you. As in any juvenile facility throughout the country, I would suspect, I know here in Maine, and I know many others do, there are juveniles there that have committed really violent crimes, going right up the ladder, right to murder. And so in your system, the way that in Washington and also in New York, when you folks closed down and did what you had to do, how did you address that issue? What happened with those inmates at that time? If you would help, please answer that.
Sure. The way the systems often are now is that judges are presented with stark options. It's like if you went to the doctor and said, I have a headache, and the doctor said, all right, I have 2 possible cures, an aspirin or a prefrontal lobotomy. Take your choice. And that's what very often judges have available to them. They either have total lock custody at $700,000 a year, whatever the number was that the representative mentioned earlier, or they have like inadequately funded community programs. What this allowed us to do is it allowed us to create a range so that the judges felt like they really had different choices from the menu going up and down the continuum. So the reason I put this up on my screen, can you all see this? Are you all seeing it? Great. That's locked custody in Brooklyn. That literally is the locked facility. That facility is locked. It looks like every other house on the block. It has the capacity to hold 6 kids. I think there's four kids in it right now. And in the Bronx and in Queens and Manhattan, and Staten Island, there are other facilities that kind of look like this. The girls' facility in the Bronx is a former convent. It's locked. Nobody can run out of it. Kids at night are locked in their bedrooms. It doesn't look like a prison, but it is locked and you can't get out of it. And then there are non-locked facilities that are what we call staff secure. They're staffed so heavily that they, reduce frivolous abscondances. And then there are intensive wraparound community programs. Some kids have committed a violent act where they were actively engaged in harming another human being. Some kids will be convicted of a violent act when they never touched another human being. Give me your iPad. That's a robbery, and that's a violent crime, I suspect, in Maine like it is in New York. But nobody was harmed physically in that, and you want to treat that kid differently than you would treat a kid who has actually physically harmed somebody. Not that you want to say they're not accountable, because if somebody steals my iPad, I want that kid held accountable. But they might not need exactly the same thing. And this gives the judges love this. They love this, and the prosecutors like it too, because before they didn't like sending these kids to a destructive facility. It was the only thing they had when either the kids did something serious, or like in your situation, when the kids are very mentally ill and they keep bombing out of programs because the programs don't have enough staff to adequately staff them. So you have a jumble of people in your youth prison, some of whom might actually need to be in locked custody, but others, if you had a better continuum, could not be. But you should, I think the question about kids committing violence is absolutely the right question, and it needs to be an answer. And I think the fact that it's 2023 gives you a little time to come up with Maine's answer. I'm showing you a picture of New York's answer, but that doesn't need to be Maine's answer. You got to come up with your own answer for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schiraldi.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Schiraldi, I have a question also. Given that facility, how you described it and who may be in there, the staffing, is it a hybrid of, let's say, trained correctional officers and maybe mental health practitioners or social services? Could you talk a little bit about the staff?
Sure. Different strokes for different folks. Once again, in New York City, the authority for this was put under our child welfare system, not under our Department of Corrections. And they chose to contract all of it out to nonprofit organizations. So 11 organizations got the contracts for 37 facilities for what at the time was a little north of 300 kids that we saw were going to come back to us from the state. So now it's down to 62, but that's what the original numbers were like. And so it was a bunch of providers. Some of them were juvenile justice nonprofit organizations. Some of them were child welfare organizations. Thankfully, the numbers of kids in child welfare were down so low that many of them already had facilities available to them. And so in those facilities, no correctional officers. They're some staff that are paraprofessionals that, are kind of big guys and gals that if some kid needs to be humanely restrained, they will do that. Many of them are social workers. There's some psychiatrists, lots of heavy emphasis on education and mental health services. In DC, when I did my reforms and closed my facility, we used all staff, government staff. We did not, for the locked facility, it was all government staff. We heavily retrained them. And sometimes that was good, sometimes it wasn't good. Some of them were stuck in the old ways and they had to move on. And it's, government, civil service protected workers. They didn't move on quite as fast as I would have liked them. Some of them were very abusive. Some of them were sexually molesting the kids. Had to do lots of investigations. Staff don't want to tell on each other. So sometimes those investigations took painfully long and kids were damaged during that time. But, you got to play the hand you're dealt. So that was the hand I had.
I am going to ask you when you submit your testimony, I'm curious about that workforce and if you could elaborate a little about the contract with those services. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We can get you the contracts too if you want, Senator.
Excuse me?
I can send you the contracts if you'd like as well.
I would appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Okay, I have Representative Warren with a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schiraldi, for being here. I'm asking because I figure you might know the answer to this. I know that New Hampshire recently voted to close their facility. I remember that Vermont last year was moving in that direction. Are we the last state in New England, or can you give me a sense of what's happening in sort of our area around these juvenile centers?
Yeah, so Vermont did close their facility. Vermont also, interestingly, raised the age of juvenile court to 20. So actually 18 and 19-year-olds in Vermont are juveniles if they get arrested, unless they're tried as adults. It's like the same rules exist for trying them as adults as 16 and 17-year-olds. If they commit a really violent crime, there's some process that gets them tried an adult. But if you commit a petty theft and you're 19 in Vermont, you're now considered a juvenile, which is really interesting. And they closed their one facility up in Burlington, which is kind of a really not a nice place. So Vermont's closed. Connecticut has closed its sole remaining youth prison. Connecticut did not do a good job. They did not It was in the last year of the governor's term, and it was kind of a rush, and they did not adequately plan for it. So I would not suggest the Connecticut model. I didn't know about New Hampshire until I just heard it now. Massachusetts has a bunch of small facilities, but they're not closing them. And Massachusetts has an interesting mix of contracted out facilities as well as government run ones. They have a long history of running their facilities well, so I don't see them moving away from it, but the numbers are dropping substantially. So it wouldn't surprise me if soon they end up closing some of their facilities. There's been a bill several years running to raise the age in Massachusetts as well, I think to 19 or 20, it's different bills, different years. And in part, that's because there's so much vacancy. I think eventually, if they don't pass that bill, some of the youth facilities will close in Massachusetts. All of these folks are super nice. So if you ever wanted to if you ever want to tour a facility in New York or Massachusetts, I'm happy to hook you up with the right people, and you guys could, once you have your committee in place and we're not in a pandemic, you can all go take a tour. I took some other people on tours when I was commissioner, and it really is interesting to kick the tires on it, actually physically face to face.
Thank you very much.
Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. How was the savings on costs if you still had the same number of employees and we have our facilities all paid for, and then you have to buy other places and you have to have these centers and the education? What's the cost difference? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, so part of it is just keeping a facility open costs just, physical plant money and capital money, maintenance staff, things like that. Part of it is attrition is actually pretty high at these places. People are, I don't know what it is in your state, but that's good. 10, 15% of these people are leaving every year. So in a few years, none of them, you don't have any of them left. And so that's another cost. When you put young people in places run by nonprofits, I think maybe the government too, but I'm not sure on that. So please excuse me for not knowing that. If they're not locked facilities, very often you can draw down on federal reimbursements, because most of the kids, are attached to federal reimbursements for Medicaid or SSI. And so you can't get those reimbursements when they're in locked facilities, but you can get them when they're in non-locked facilities. So that's just a couple of examples, but those are pretty substantial ways of capturing money. Jill Ward at one of your universities is an expert in that space. If you guys ever want to contact her, she can. Every time people try to educate me on Medicaid reimbursements, I got a headache. So I just had staff that understood it.
If you're pulling federal money, that's still taxes. So I wanted to know what the cost was, the total, because it's still tax money out of the people's pockets. So whether it's federal or state. Thanks.
That's right. It's not free. It's just cheaper for you. But we have 62 kids, and there used to be 500. 400 and change. So that's real savings. That's not just shifting it from one part of the government to the other. Bloomberg was a pretty bottom line guy. He was not about wasting money. He was furious at not just the way the kids were treated in state custody, but more what a waste of money it was. The recidivism rates were over 70%. He said, we got to be able to do better than this. One person asked earlier, and I don't think I answered that question, which is what did we learn? We did it too quick. The bill passed, close to home passed in March, and we stopped sending kids. We had 2 levels of security. The lower level of security we stopped in September, 4 months later. So these programs were up and running, but they were all new, and that was a mistake. It should just take a little. I'm not saying take forever, because government can take forever, but 4 months was a little too quick.
Thank you. Representative Morales?
Thank you so much. One quick question that I hope you have the answer to. You spoke about the states that you worked in having not the adult correctional system have juvenile corrections underneath it, but rather child welfare. Do you know throughout the country how many other states have that kind of model, or how many have, like we do, juvenile services under adult corrections?
Adult corrections is in the minority. That is known. This question you've asked is known. I can't remember what website it's on. Maybe one of my staff is texting me right now. Nope. But I will add that to the list. I'm actually now making a list. So I was just the expert in Wisconsin on, not just a couple years ago, on litigation over there, sold 2 remaining facilities, Lincoln Hills and Copper Lake. And they've decided to close both of them and put the kids in smaller facilities closer to their home communities. They were a Department of Corrections model. And, it was really interesting because I was taught, like, it's not like the staff are bad people. They want to do good work. They grew up in these places. They don't know any different. Like, they haven't seen outside the box that they're in. And if that box is a corrections box, I remember the guy running that facility saying to me, so the kid got 60 days in solitary. If he did what he did down the road meaning in an adult facility, he'd get 3 years. Like, what is everybody complaining about? I was like, 60 days for a kid, it drives them crazy. And they're mentally ill. When they go in, they're like doubly mentally ill when they come out. But the standard was so different because they were thinking of, oh, well, hey, this is better. They got school, they got some programs. The standard was just really low for corrections folks. They flowed back and forth. The hierarchy is a correctional hierarchy. And it was really fascinating to see it. When I ran DC, the district closed its sole remaining adult prison and used the Federal Bureau of Prisons to house our adult prisoners. So a bunch of adult, and those prison guards, the correctional officers from that prison, had retreat rights into any open correctional officer positions, and mine were the only ones. So I had a bunch of adult correctional officers come, and it was a world of difference. Some of them actually ended up being pretty good, but at first their instincts were terrible. And so I just think it's not, and Wisconsin is considering now moving it over, I think, to the child welfare system or the health department, I can't remember which. California was thinking the same thing, but Governor Newsom just closed the California Department of Juvenile Justice. It's going to close in about the same amount of time as is proposed here, I think 2.5 years. That used to have 10,000 kids in it, the California Department of Juvenile Justice. It's got 700 kids now, and they're going to close it and put the kids back either in the counties or a nonprofit. So everybody's kind of doing it, but they're all doing it in different ways. It's a really kind of an interesting preview of what might happen if we take this direction with adult mass incarceration.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions for Mr. Schwalbe? Seeing none, I had 2 people
Thank
who
you.
were here. Thank you, Mr. Schwalbe. Very interesting. Very good. I have another gentleman and he has left. So I will recognize, do I call you Al Cleveland or AL? What's the name?
Al. It's just Al.
Al? Okay.
Yeah, not sure why it's like that. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here today. My name is Al Cleveland, but I'm going to be reading the testimony of one of my friends who's currently incarcerated in Androscoggin County Jail in Lewiston today. I want to give a trigger warning just for my testimony that it does contain some sexual violence. So if there's folks that are listening in that might need to not listen for the next 3 minutes, please do so.
Are you, did you tell us the name of that individual, please, if that's their testimony?
Yes, I will, Senator. Thank you so much. I'll be reading the testimony today of Matthew Fortin, who's an 18-year-old in Lewiston, Maine. He is an artist with Maine Inside Out and a lead organizer of Maine Youth Justice. Matt is passionate about supporting young people, being outdoors, and writing poetry. As I mentioned, he's currently incarcerated inside ACJ. This testimony was written by Matthew inside ACJ and submitted by members of Maine Youth Justice. Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Matthew Fortin, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1668 and closing Long Creek Youth Development Center. At the age of 11, I was first taken to Long Creek Youth Development Center, and for a young kid, this was traumatic. To be locked up in a juvenile jail was something I never thought would happen. From there, I was labeled as a bad kid, and it was no longer about supporting my mental health. I was in and out of Long Creek till I was 14, and then I was committed at 16 years old. From that time, some horrible and unthinkable things happened, not just to me, but to others around me. This is a small list. After 5 months in detention in the Maple unit, I was molested by a male resident in the pod bathroom. 1 year after being committed in Pine unit, I was raped by another resident. 1 year after being committed, I saw a 12-year-old get his teeth kicked in by a correctional officer. While I was incarcerated, I heard about the death of another young person. I heard about a female resident getting assaulted by a CO. I could go on and on about all the horrible and unthinkable things that would happen, but that would take all day. Long Creek has a negative impact on my physical and mental health of the youth it houses. I do not just speak for myself when I say Long Creek needs to go. We can better use the funds to treat mental health problems and battle poverty. Most of the youth in Long Creek have mental illness and are not properly cared for. We have the chance to do right by closing Long Creek and stop this chain of hurt and neglect being forced upon youth. I say, and others agree, that the funding we use to lock the mental ill and homeless youth is better spent on mental health treatment, building homes, and feeding those who are hungry. Closing Long Creek is the start to a brighter future for our youth. Matthew wanted me to express along that he would love to talk to any members of this committee or any members of the legislature. You can reach out to MYJ and call him. You can find a way to call him by getting a hold of the sheriff at ACJ. And I wanted to thank you all so much for considering this bill and taking the time to hear testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Cleveland. Any questions for Al Cleveland? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for reading his testimony. Thank you. I am now looking for more people who wish to testify in support of this bill. That's who I was looking for. All right, Mr. Diamond Stanek?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Alex Diamond Stanek. I live in Lewiston, Senate District 21, House District 59, and I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 1668. I'm the parent of 3 children here in Maine, and I'm an educator, and often think about the support systems that are in place for our kids, both when they're thriving, but especially when they're struggling. I think it's time to end youth incarceration in Maine and to support the well-being of our youth and our communities. I support closing Long Creek, the last youth prison in Maine, repurposing the facility as a community center with supportive housing, and by redirecting the $18.5 million operating costs into a community-based support for youth, we can invest in the future of our youth and our community. I have not previously been incarcerated, but I've learned a lot over the past year from the work of Maine Youth Justice. I've learned about how more than 20% of the youth currently detained at Long Creek are Black Mainers, even though Black people represent less than 2% of the state's residents. I've been able to hear and listen to the voices and stories of individuals who were previously incarcerated at Long Creek, and I strongly encourage the committee to pay close attention to what they have to say. They've articulated both the deep flaws of the current system and a clear and compelling vision for a better future. They have the wisdom and experience to explain why youth act out. It's generally because something has happened to them or because they are missing something in their lives. Putting kids in Long Creek doesn't solve those problems, it just deepens their trauma. So we can do better. As described in the bill, we need supportive housing, jobs programs, educational programs, and healthcare, including mental health and substance use disorder treatment. In addition, this bill specifies a very reasonable timescale for creating a plan to close Long Creek by December 1st, 2021, and for closing Long Creek itself by June 30th, 2023. And the plan to close Long Creek also includes a workforce development plan for Long Creek staff developed in coordination with the Department of Labor. So this is a thoughtful bill for all relevant stakeholders, and it's especially important as we think about our kids. How can we provide the support they need to be thriving members of our community? I think this bill is a very important step in answering that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Any questions for Mr. Diamond Stanek? Seeing none, thank you again. I now will, people are coming in and going out, so I've got Margaret, Michael Lechek.
That was close. I've been practicing your name too,
Okay.
Nikolajczyk.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning.
Just let me get myself lined up here. So thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for the opportunity to support LD 1668, which will close the Long Creek Youth Development Center by June of 2023 and transfer of the funding for juveniles enmeshed in the criminal justice system to community-based services and agencies that can provide skill development, education, counseling, health services, and support youth to reenter society with stronger skills and local support. I am Margaret Mikolajczyk, a senior program manager of the Restorative Justice Project Maine, and I live in Belfast. RJPM Maine has been working with juvenile offenders for 15 years, often under a contract with the Department of Corrections Juvenile Services. Our staff have brought restorative practices to the Long Creek Youth Development Facility and has handled hundreds of juvenile diversion cases through juvenile services and with the courts in the Mid-Coast area. Our experience in providing alternative, non-punitive resolutions to incidents involving real and traumatic harm to both survivors and offenders has taught us several lessons. The most important is that incarceration for juveniles is harmful, counterproductive, and unresponsive to the psychological and mental health realities of young people. I can tell you story after story after story of young folks who took responsibility for their harmful choices by participating in a restorative circle, where they spoke openly and meaningfully with the victims of their crime and jointly with the victim in the community created a reparation agreement. Supported by family, mentors, and the community, these young people achieved success by completing 90% of their agreements and feeling a part of the community. The victims and community also feel greater safety, and more than 90% felt that the outcome was satisfactory and hopeful. Rather than describing the grim reality of life at Long Creek, I'd prefer to think about how a young person will be treated in a community-based, supportive, family-style environment within familiar surroundings. They will have access to more real-life enrichment experiences and guidance that connects them to their community through support networks that reintegrate with a different mindset for feeling and providing feelings that they belong and have purpose. So different and so cost-effective. Early in this session, we were prepared to support LD 546, which has a longer-term goal of closing Long Creek, but leaves with DOC the task of creating a different, healthier environment for youth. We are now supporting LD 1668 because it sets a firm date for closing Long Creek and leads to those who are trained to work with the youth the challenging job of developing a new and better way of addressing the root causes of what brought the young person into the criminal justice system. Our hope is that our young people will remain part of a community, not be kept behind bars, apart from positive supports within families, friends, and neighbors. I look forward to the opportunity of working with each of these entities.
Could you please wrap it up?
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
With each of these entities to make this a reality. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I see Representative Morales has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Margaret, for being here. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about victims and the work that you do, and how working through restorative practices with even young people who have trauma and have caused harm, physical harm sometimes to others, how victims respond to the process that you employ. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative Morales. I think a big part is people see hope in young people, and that they can see this as a way, victims can see this as a way to help the individual to be able to understand the impact that their actions have had on both that individual and the larger community. It's an amazing process to watch the transformation between the victim and the offender coming to this place of being supportive, and possibly even the victim offering that individual a job, willing to help them achieve their agreement and the reparations that they have agreed upon. And what it does is it creates for this young person a different reality of what community means, and how they are a vital part of that community, and that they belong within that community.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Michael Lychek, I have a couple of questions that, first of all, did you say you have a contract with the Department of Corrections? Is that restorative justice you're involved in particularly? Is there a name to that?
Yes, that was
That's
the
it?
youth diversion program.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Could you give us a sampling of some of the, first of all, are these children adjudicated to your program, or are they deferred somewhat to your program? How do they get into your program?
Yeah, both ways. We initially tried to reach them on the front end, so that we work closely with the JCCOs in being able to divert them before they become further involved and keeping them out of court. As we know, that first entry in court changes the trajectory of how far an individual will get involved with that system. And the other piece that we have just started is working with local law enforcement, in particularly the Sheriff's Department in Waldo and Knox counties, to do direct referrals, which means that the young person would not have a summons or be adjudicated or have any connection with the Department of Corrections, in the hopes of being able to divert at those earlier stages and really address the needs and the driving factors that are sending them into that system. There can also be, we've had young people who have committed more than one crime that have come back to us and cycled with us, and that we've been able to continually support. And they have been able to keep them out of the justice system and ending up at Long Creek. With the courts, sometimes we'll work with an attorney who sees this as an opportunity to do healing and repairing of harm, whether with a community member or a family member. So we do sometimes work jointly with a court order or court conditions with the court to address the harm.
Thank you. How many years has this been in operation?
16.
Well, it has to, because if you've got that kind of good relationship with the police and the sheriff, I applaud you. You've done well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Seeing none, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks. Now I'll recognize Doug Dunbar.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the committee. My name is Doug Dunbar. I live in Herman outside of Bangor. And some of you know that I spent a lot of time working in government. I was Maine's Chief Deputy Secretary of State at one time. I was Governor Baldacci's first press secretary in the governor's office. I was his communications director for 8 years in Washington. I worked for George Mitchell before that. And I thought I knew a thing or two about the criminal legal system, but not until I went to jail in 2017, where my eyes opened to so many of the injustices and dysfunction. When I worked in government, I tried very hard to be cognizant of tax dollars, what we were spending our money on. And it is extraordinary to me that we would be spending $700,000 on average per young person at Long Creek. That should startle all of us just from a fiscal standpoint. I'm holding up a check. This is a $1,200 check from a young man named Chad. Chad was one of my cellmates at Penobscot County Jail for just a few days. And I've kept in touch with Chad. Chad spent a long time at Long Creek. And it really ruined his life, I'm convinced. Chad never had a chance. He sent me this check. He kept 200 of it. The other 1,200 he sent to me because he said, Doug, there's no one else in my life I can trust. I've never trusted anyone since I was a child. Chad's been in and out of jails and prisons. He's now about 35 years old. Even though I only knew him a few days, and we've kept in touch simply by texting and the tablet system that's in prisons, he sent me his $1,200 check because he trusts no one. What we do to young people by locking them up and traumatizing them should be breathtaking to us all. We know it doesn't work. The only thing that our jails and prisons, with all due respect to those who work there are many good people who work there, but the only thing they do consistently well is prepare people to go back into jails and prisons. It's true. Look at the recidivism rates. It's absolutely true. But thankfully, each of you have a chance to be the change makers, to think differently, to do better. What we have done hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. We all know that. You can make a difference. I wish I was in your shoes. You have the chance to make a difference. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Dunbar? Seeing none? Thank you. We shall proceed. I have Christine Beglieri. Okay, trying.
Good job.
Right ahead, Christine.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Baglieri, and I live in Leeds. I'm the Youth Projects Coordinator for Lewiston Auburn Outright, which is an organization with over 20 years of experience cultivating safe and affirming environments for LGBTQ plus youth. We do our work by offering weekly drop-ins, youth programming, public school educational opportunities, and more. We also provide direct support and resources to our youth who are experiencing discrimination, abuse at home, poverty, mental illness, mental health struggles, houselessness, and other barriers. We work with some of the most at-risk youth in the Lewiston Auburn area, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and I'm speaking with the history of 6 years with our organization. I'm here to show my enthusiastic support for LD 1668. I'm supportive of this act because I know that it will greatly improve the lives of the youth I work with. On October 29, 2016, our community of outright youth and adult allies lost a beloved community member who took his life while incarcerated at Long Creek. We have directly and deeply felt the impact of what happens when youth are locked away in cages instead of giving the resources they need to survive and thrive. His death was unnecessary and he should be with us today. In my role at Lewiston Auburn Outright, I see the trauma and violence that happens to under-resourced communities. I know what happens when youth are experiencing poverty, abuse, houselessness, untreated mental health struggles, bullying, and discrimination. I have countless stories of youth who experience all these barriers and are completely under-resourced, and they are suspended from school, criminalized, institutionalized, and punished in various ways, all because they are experiencing barriers that they have no control over and no resources to overcome. I can't tell you the excitement and relief that will come to our communities if we knew that instead of incarcerating our youth, we would reinvest $18.6 million to lift barriers and bring resources to our communities. More mental health services, group homes, food and rent assistance, youth centers, art and theater programming, restorative justice initiatives. I can go on. These could keep kids in their homes and schools and communities happy and healthy. Our youth don't need punishment. They need love, compassion, and for people to tell them what is true. They matter. This bill would not only keep kids out of jail, it would help all the youth who would also benefit from an increase in resources, regardless of if they would have ended up in Long Creek. Some people have gone over statistics. 23% of youth detained in Long Creek are Black misdemeanors. 53% of youth are there because there's no other programs for them. 75% of youth previously received mental health outpatient services, and 20 to 40% of incarcerated youth identify as on the LGBTQ+ spectrum, even though we're only 10% of the US youth population generally. So if this isn't an obvious case of discrimination based on people's race, class, gender, and ability, I don't know what is. Our communities aren't resourced, and then we're criminalized and locked up. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you so much.
Thank you for the information. Any questions for Christine? Seeing none, I will continue, and thank you again. Katie Whitehead.
Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Katie Whitehead. I am a mother of 3 kids, a friend, and a sister of those incarcerated, and a lead organizer with Maine Youth Justice. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1668 in closing Long Creek. My brother has been in and out of jail since he was 12 due to his substance abuse disorder. I've watched how incarceration has impacted him mentally and emotionally. There was a time I saw my brother and I didn't even recognize him. He told me he was detoxing when he was in jail, and guards made fun of him and made him feel like trash. I would never wish that upon anybody. I've seen how incarceration has impacted friends and family members. I have a friend in jail who is mentally going through a lot, and there is not much I can do to support him. However, if we close Long Creek and stop investing in prisons, we can support youth as a community before people get locked up. I'm here to call on the closure of Long Creek as a mother of young children and siblings in schools. I don't want to worry about my children or siblings. I believe that if we close Long Creek, we can turn the property into something more useful. I want to close Long Creek because emotionally it is abusive. I feel that it is an abuse of power. It is not helping the ones we need. If we close Long Creek, we could have housing for homelessness. This bill will turn the building into a community center where youth can access mental health resources. We can make it into a recreational space for young people. LD 1668 would create a youth community reinvestment fund to invest $18 million into our communities. We need to resource healing for youth, substance use disorder, and housing security. I'm part of Maine Youth Justice, a youth-led campaign to close Long Creek because young people deserve so much better than the threat of incarceration.
I think you had someone applaud you there. That was good. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Whitehead? Seeing none, again, thank you. Where's Michael Cabetta? He was here, there he is. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, we urge you to vote that this resolution ought to pass. Several members of this committee sat on the Juvenile Justice System Assessment and Reinvestment Task Force, which met monthly between May of 2019 and February of 2020 to discuss the issues facing youth and systems tasked with care for youth in our state. At the task force's February 2020 meeting, the Center for Children's Law and Policy, or CCLP, presented a lengthy report on Maine's youth justice system, almost certainly the most thorough study of its kind ever done in Maine. Of all the pieces of legislation moving through the 130th legislature, this resolve is best poised to advance the CCLP report's findings. Maine's only youth prison requires more than 150 staff and $18 million per year to house only 28 people. This is an irresponsible use of state resources, especially when considering the harm that the facility causes to young people and that you've just heard about. This resolve provides a path out so that no one is left behind. Staff, youth, and the facility itself are all provided for and can move forward together. As Representative Lookner said, many of the deficiencies identified in the CCLP report arise from the absence of community-based therapeutic services for children in Maine. We're sending kids to prison because of the lack of community-based programs and services to provide supervision or housing. The juvenile justice system has become the default provider of behavioral and mental health services for Maine youth. And as previous testifier said, youth of color and LGBT youth are overrepresented in our juvenile justice system. The CCLP report's ultimate goal, listed after 46 short, medium, and long-term goals or solutions, is to, quote, achieve removal of all youth from Long Creek. This goal is no different from the demand that formerly incarcerated youth have made. This resolve would take a bold approach toward that goal. This resolve would direct the Department of Corrections to create a plan to close the Long Creek by June 30 of 2023. The plan must include, among other things, individual transition plans for remaining youth in Long Creek, addressing Senator Searway's and Representative Pickett's concern about exactly where all the youth will go. Recognizing the interrelated nature of our housing and youth justice crises, this resolve would also require that Long Creek be repurposed for use as a community center with supportive housing. Finally, this resolve also requires the department to submit a report that includes its findings and recommendations, including suggested legislation, by the end of this year. DOC has already proven its desire and capacity to produce such a report. On March 7th of this year, it responded to the movement to close Long Creek by publishing an action plan and presenting it to your committee. This resolve gives DOC a chance to build on that work. It combines fiscal responsibility with social responsibility. We urge you to pass this resolve. And I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Any questions for Mr. Cabetta? Mr. Cabetta, I wrote down what you said because for some reason I was surprised. Having heard the testimony thus far, I've not heard that there is truly a lack of community services. And I want to know if you would agree with me, however, that there are community services. What's lacking is diverting children who have committed unlawful behavior to those programs. Would that be closer, or explain further what you meant by lack of community services?
Sure, I think both your point and the point that I intended to make are what I wanted to say. I think that there's a lack of diversion, yes, but there's also a huge series of gaps in what researchers have been calling the continuum of care, of these community-based alternatives to sending kids to a prison. And one of the virtues of this bill is that it strengthens the continuum of care. It provides funding for local community-run options so that kids can thrive where they grew up, in the neighborhoods that they're familiar with, where people who know them and who love them live. And that's not Long Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta.
Yeah.
Thank you for me and you to agree on something here. That's good.
I think we agree.
I always respect your testimony. Thank you. I have Representative Costain has a question.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here. My question would be, do you believe that these facilities, a jail or the youth center, help these kids and help save lives, or they have helped save lives over the years?
Absolutely, absolutely, Representative Costain. I think the bottom line is that harmful behavior is, for the most part, rooted in trauma. And the way to prevent it from happening again is to heal the underlying trauma. If you send kids to an institution where the underlying trauma is deepened and made worse, then the chances are that that person will go on to commit more harm. But if you send the kid to a nurturing environment where trained professionals are caring for the kid, where many of the kids, all of the kids' needs are met, then fewer people will be harmed. I think that's what happened in New York after they closed their youth facilities, their youth prisons. And I think that that's what would happen in Maine if we did the same and passed this resolve.
Thank you. Follow up, ma'am?
Yes, go right ahead.
Myself, I've heard, and I know you probably have, and just want your opinion. Many incarcerated people have said and commented many times after getting out of a facility how much they've helped and not want to go back in there. You think that's true?
Well, I think that no one wants to go back to a place that made them feel really bad. I think that's generally true. But if you go to a place that makes you feel really bad, then probably you haven't had a chance to heal from the thing that made you do the bad thing in the first place. And so you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You can create a traumatizing place, a difficult place to be in, so that people don't want to go there. But the desire to not want to go there is sometimes not as strong as the harm that you end up causing in the community because you have your own unhealed trauma. I think the solution should be to create healing spaces, and that's what this resolve would do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Cabetta. How are you doing? I just wanted to mention I heard from the commissioner or former commissioner from New York, and he said I think the figures were like 700, and now he's down to 62 or so. But there was, I think, if I recall, that we were well over 300, and now it's down to 28 here in Maine. So it's about the same figures, about a 10% left. I think that's the topic here.
At any point, if he can.
Just the question I have is, there is this factor of crime and violence and victims and criminal actions and accountability. How does that work in what you're talking about for these 10%?
Yeah, Senator Searway, I think that's a great question, and it's a complicated one that is best addressed with the transformative justice and restorative justice approaches that the testifier that testified two people before me spoke to. What transformative justice principles require is that the victim be made whole, that the people who are harmed get a say in how the perpetrator of the harm, the person who caused harm, is responded to by the community. And in every single case that I've read about, heard about, been a part of, the primary goal of the person who was harmed is to prevent other people in the future from being harmed. And the best way to do that is to heal the person who caused the harm. The best way to heal the person who caused the harm is not to send them somewhere where they feel awful and where they don't get a chance to heal. It's to send them to a place where they're surrounded by professionals who know what they're doing and professionals who will create a healing environment. And that's where this resolve comes in. What this resolve does is it builds on the great work that you, Senator Searway, identified when you described the declining numbers over the last couple of years at Long Creek. So it builds on that work, and it asks the Department of Corrections to bring that work to a conclusion. And it gives the Department of Corrections a long runway, a runway of 2 years to bring that work to a conclusion. And so I think this resolve has a lot of virtues. It builds on the existing great work that you identified. It sets out money for the kinds of places where people will heal.
Tell them to think red.
I think Representative Pickett's mic is unmuted. Yeah.
I have a question also I want to ask. if you agree with this, that there are times where the act to get a young person before a judge or a DA or what have you is such that someone makes a determination that returning to the home is not the appropriate answer for that time, and to participate in community services. Could you speak a little bit about, since you represent ACLU and an attorney, is in local parentis, would that apply to the community program, or, not the, go to the program, but reside in a program?
Thank you for that great question, Senator Chambo. I think what the question identifies more than anything is how limited our existing options are. The two options that you outlined in your question were option number one, stay at home. Option number two, have a judge and prosecutor involved in sending you somewhere else. And what this resolve does, and what the larger nationwide transformative justice movement does, is it creates an option number three. And the option number three is a community-based alternative. You can call it in local parentis, if that's just Latin for your local parent. You just a nurturing environment where you feel a sense of belonging, where whatever behavioral or mental health challenges you have are addressed and cared for, rather than these narrow set of options that exist in our current system. I think that if we add the option number three, which to some extent we already have, I think that's what this resolve also tries to do, build on the community-based alternatives that we already have. I think if we expand option number three, then we don't have to send the kid to a hearing adjudicated by a judge. We don't have to put as much of the decision-making power in the hands of a prosecutor, because that process itself, appearing in court, perhaps picking up some kind of criminal charge, even if it doesn't become a conviction, that process itself could derail a young person's life. It could deepen the trauma that led them there in the first place. And this resolve would take us away from relying on these systems that, although well-meaning, have largely failed us.
Thank you. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Any other questions for Mr. Cabetta? Seeing no other hands raised, and thank you again, Mr. Cabetta. I will recognize Maddie Purcell.
Hello, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Maddie Purcell. I'm a Portland resident and the co-owner of Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate team. I'm here to testify today in support of LD 1668 and closing Long Creek, for many of the reasons that have already been stated by Representative Lookner and the testifiers who followed. Specifically that Black and Brown Maine youth, LGBTQ Maine youth, and disabled Maine youth are shamefully overrepresented in our current Long Creek population. The enormous possibilities inherent in the 18.6 million reinvestment in community, and the fact that more than half of youth inside Long Creek are there because we don't have an appropriate alternative or safe housing to offer them and to truly keep them safe. We have evidence that we haven't been able to keep our kids from further harm while they're inside Long Creek, not from COVID, not from sexual harm, not from mental health crises. And imprisoning our kids doesn't bring anything good to our community. It traumatizes youth, it separates them further from the rest of our community, and it follows them into their post-Long Creek lives in harmful ways. I'm also thinking that some of the questions about how to handle the violent acts done by children or youth without using youth prison as a solution are starting thinking at the moment of the incident in sort of a reactionary fashion to something that's already happened. With this reinvestment in the community, we can do more earlier too. We can provide better therapeutic support and resources to children and teens before they become desperate or experience a crisis that could currently result in destructive acts. So in addition to the rehabilitation and the comprehensive support, if there is an incident, this reinvestment can also help with deterrent and better support earlier. So let's commit to the care and the love and the creativity that invests in our youth in ways that support them and allow them to thrive. I believe there are some more people waiting to testify today who have firsthand experience within the Long Creek system and some really beautiful ideas about how to reinvest the operational budget in a way that would have supported them better. So in the name of equity and of rising toward a better future for Maine, I urge you to pass this resolve.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Any questions for Maddie Purcell? Seeing none, thank you. I now will recognize Rosanna Natalini.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren's honorable member of Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. My name is Rosanna Natalini, and I live in Standish. I'm here today to speak a favor of LD 1668, resort to development plan to close Long Creek Juvenile Detention Center and direct funded community integrated service to adjust juvenile. My son Dante was very happy child. He was like trying sport, basketball, football, running marathon, beach picket. He had a lot of friends. Everybody loved him. He was sexually abused for years and Marine, my ex-husband. My son, he was struggled for years for depression and PTSD. He got into a fight, ended up in Long Creek. My son, he needed professional help. Which ended up, Long Creek was mentally and physical abusing him. He got out of the Long Creek worse when he went in. I asked for advice and asking for the administration for help for him. And my son was to struggle all this year for PTSD and depression. He ended up in jail. And he passed on March 2017. I plead everyone for help. This kid along with they suffer a lot for a lot of trauma and they need help. Long Creek should be shut it down. A lot of all these children, they've been a Long Creek, they've been suffering, ended up in jail, ended up suicidal. Please close Long Creek. It's not helpful for our children. I try my best. Sorry. The state failed my son. The state failed my son. Please, not let you to fail another child. Please, help close Long Creek. Help the children. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Natalini. Any questions for Ms. Natalini? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. I now am looking for Sky Goslin. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Sky Goslin, and I'm a community organizer with Maine Youth Justice. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1668. This bill will redirect the Maine Department of Corrections to create a plan to close Long Creek by June 2023 and repurpose the facility to serve as community center and supportive housing. I was 12 years old when I got introduced to the system. From that very first day, I lost my childhood. From then on, I was on probation and navigating a whole new world I didn't know about at such a young age. I was 14 the first time I went to Long Creek. Before I was locked up, all my friends were sent there. I was in and out for such minimal things, skipping school, cutting class, being past curfew, such small things that you can get sent to prison for because it was an option to do that. I was lonely on the outside and lonely on the inside. I never should have been incarcerated so young. And Long Creek never taught me anything. It says it's a development center, but the only thing it's developing is post-traumatic stress disorder. My relationship with education was also harmed when I was arrested at school. Being ripped from my school and community to get sent to Long Creek left trauma around my education. What I needed instead of Long Creek was someone to have helped me at that first day, someone who believed my side of the story before just jumping to conclusions. I was impacted by the juvenile justice system before I was even arrested. I was targeted by my school resource officer, and I was navigating a community without resources or programming to support me and my family's needs. Most kids just need to feel cared for, not just another case with numbers at the top. Many people do not understand the kind of trauma young people experience while incarcerated. When young people are incarcerated, we begin to see ourselves as society treats us, as outcasts, driving us into a future of life of troublemaking. And the trauma does not stop once you leave detention. Your family and friends have all moved on. There's no catching up on your education, and the state provides little resources to support this acclimation. Young people leave incarceration settings so traumatized that they've lost an understanding of human interaction, including how you handle conflict or connect with people. There is no going back to how it was before incarceration, and we as young people are stuck dealing with the pain that was forced upon us at a failed attempt at justice. So this bill will call for the divestment of $18.6 million from the Maine Department of Corrections budget and the creation of a Youth Justice Community Reinvestment Fund. Maine Youth Justice has been demanding the divestment of funds from Maine Department of Correction and the investment and resources that young people and communities need to thrive. So I encourage this committee to listen to the communities most impacted by the harms of youth incarceration. We have the answers, and it begins with a plan to end the criminalization of a youth and investment into care, support, and resources for young people and their families that is led by the community, not the Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Goslin? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in support?
Yeah, I do.
I am going to recognize Cindy. Last name's Jakes, I can tell that. Okay.
Thank you. It's
Say it, Cindy. What is it?
My name is Sydney Avitiajak. I live in Portland, and I'm testifying on behalf of Maine People's Housing Coalition in support of this bill. People's Housing Coalition is an advocacy and mutual aid organization centered in Greater Portland. Our mission is to destigmatize, decriminalize, and end homelessness. And our work is led by young people currently living in shelters, couch surfing, camping out, and experiencing chronic housing insecurity. Thank you everyone for hearing our testimony. We support LD 1668 because we know that youth incarceration is both a cause and an effect of homelessness. Incarceration and homelessness are two of the most challenging, draining, and traumatizing experiences any human being, nonetheless a young person, can go through. Too many of Maine's youth have experienced both. As Mainers who want to see healthy futures for our youth, we must ask ourselves why. I'll start with how homelessness directly leads into incarceration. As many folks have spoken to, young people act out because they lack basic needs and support structures, because they're reacting to trauma. Particularly, young unhoused people of color are one of the most over-policed, criminalized, and brutalized communities in our country. They receive criminal trespass orders for seeking shelter on public property or for experiencing a mental health crisis in the wrong place. And minor infractions such as talking back to a shelter staff person when added to previous charges or probation orders can quickly lead someone back into the uncaring arms of the system. A big part of my work with People's Housing Coalition is our mutual aid program for emergency shelter. In April, for example, we connected 8 families, including 15 children between the ages of 2 and 16 years old, with emergency short-term housing after they were denied access to homeless shelters and to general assistance. The number one reason that folks are barred from the family shelter or the teen center is because of criminal trespass orders. PHC's mutual aid fund takes a couple of families a week out of a situation where they are so desperate for shelter that they might get involved with an unsafe person or use substances to cope with the intense stress. But we are never able to support everyone because our system has failed so many. And unfortunately, the criminal justice system is where you can find the people that we are not able to reach. Incarceration also leads to or reinforces homelessness. Housing discrimination, finding an apartment with a low-income housing voucher is extremely difficult. Adding a criminal record to that application makes the odds nearly insurmountable. And incarceration teaches young people that they are bad, unworthy of love, invisible, unhuman, and makes it much harder for them to develop the feelings of self-worth and love needed to face the incredible challenges of building a new life after incarceration. In conclusion, safe and stable housing, not punishment, is what allows young people to thrive despite difficult circumstances. Long Creek is one hugely significant piece of a pipeline that leads underserved youth to homelessness, to incarceration, and back again. And we must break the cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Anyone else wish to provide testimony in support of this bill? Please raise your hand and we'll bring you in.
Caden Isabella is in the room.
Thank you, guys.
Could we see you? Do you have your video on, please?
Give me just a second. I'm getting my testimony up in front of me, so just give me a second. All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
Don't see you.
I don't know what's going on. I got to see my script. I don't have my script on paper in front of me, so I have to read it. So you guys aren't going to be able to see me while I'm doing it.
Okay, I don't see your name. Could you give it to me, please?
Yeah. Caden Isabella Roach Brooks.
Okay.
Let me know when I'm ready to go ahead and read my testimony.
Go right ahead.
Alrighty. Representative Warren, Senator Cjps, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Caden Isabella Roach Brooks. I want to start my testimony by saying that myself and my family are still rebuilding from my incarceration in Long Creek in 2012. I am a non-binary trans person in Maine. It has been almost a decade since I've been trying to move on from that traumatizing experience in my life, but it never leaves. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1668 and the closure of Long Creek. When I was released, I had to relearn how to survive in society. I was taught to be scared of people, how to watch over my shoulder. What do you expect to happen when you lock up youth who have already experienced trauma and now are going to experience more? One of the most challenging parts of my incarceration was watching the impacts on my mom. There was nothing she could do to support. Long Creek doesn't teach you about why you end up there and how to avoid being in the adult system. When I heard Governor Mills call Long Creek a school environment last year, I felt disrespected and angry. Long Creek impacts my life on a daily basis. I am relearning how to connect with people, how to trust people, and be myself. There is no supports, only punishment, and punishment can be a death sentence. It has almost taken my life a couple times. I don't want to have to fight for this. There should be an easy vote to support LD 1660. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Caden. There you are. Any questions for Caden, please? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you. We have a number of people would like to have 3 come in at a time so we don't have to wait.
There are 3. If maybe you're not seeing them if their camera's off. If everyone would turn the video on.
I'd like to see them. So, okay. So I will recognize Dwight Hobbs.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak in support of LD 1668. My name is Dwight Hobbs and I live in Whitefield, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss how we can better invest in the futures of our youth. I was fortunate to grow up with a support system through family, school, sports, and other forms of community that gave me a lot of second chances and room to grow as a person while I was growing up. And I want those opportunities to be afforded to everyone. I want that level of support for Maine's young people. And that goes especially for Maine's adjudicated youth. I believe the punitive carceral model that drives Long Creek's operations is not fit for purpose. And as the system currently exists, Maine's Department of Corrections has failed to prove they have the ability to care for young people in the ways that they need. I refer again to the 2019 report that found that 53% of detained youth in Long Creek are there because there were no community-based residential options. This illustrates that we can look for alternatives that acknowledge the right to care, education, and community support. And I think previous testimony has demonstrated that this is going on, around the country. So Maine won't be the first to work through this. And I think this committee can be confident that there are models to look towards if LD 1668 passes, that funding can be reallocated, that community programs can be properly funded, and that the harm that a lot of youth have faced in Long Creek we can start the process of remediating that and reintegrating youth back into the communities where they can have the proper support. And that is going to look different. And as previous testimonies have stated, there are going to be different solutions. That the solution in New York or DC or elsewhere is not necessarily going to look the same for Maine, but we have the ability, and this committee has the ability to support that work going forward. For too long, Maine's leaders have sought to halt crime by investing in prison and policing disproportionately as solutions. And instead, I think that the $18.6 million operating budget can be reallocated into job training and mental health to combat root causes instead of trying to simply incarcerate people and hope that that will do the work. Let's invest properly in the futures of our youth by passing 1668. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. Any questions for Mr. Hobbs? See none. Again, thank you. I'm gonna.
Madam Chair, I don't have a question, but we should not, there are some people who do not feel comfortable having their cameras on. Deb, but it sounds like the senator cannot see people without their cameras on. So could you please announce the names for the senator? There shouldn't be a requirement that people have their cameras.
I will probably recognize them if I see their, I will ask that they put their video on.
Senator?
But I would appreciate the lists also. Thank you.
I will announce the names as I bring them in.
Okay.
Thank you, Deb, for doing that. We actually have a rule that people are not required to put their camera on to testify.
Not requiring, I'm asking. Marianne Mohammed Miller. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. And I apologize in advance. I don't have my camera set up on my desktop, so I am looking at everyone, but the camera is facing another direction. Good morning. My name is Mariam Mohammed Miller, and I'm the advocacy manager at the Vera Institute of Justice's initiative to end girls' incarceration. Moving forward, I will refer to our team as EGI. Thank you to the committee chairs for holding this important hearing and Representative Lookner for introducing LD 1668. I'm here today to testify in support of the bill and to suggest minor revisions. The Vera Institute is a 60-year-old national nonprofit that brings data, evidence, and solutions to build and improve justice systems that ensure fairness, promote safety, and strengthen communities. And since 2019, Vera has worked with the Department of Corrections and leaders in Maine to reduce and end the incarceration of girls. The state has made commendable progress towards meeting this goal. Since 2018, Maine has cut the total annual detention admissions to girls' units by 80% and has cut the annual number of new commitments for girls by 66%. Now, each month, an average of only 3 girls are admitted to detention after arrest. And in 2020, only 3 girls in total were committed to residential placement. With so few girls behind bars, we urge Maine to take the next steps to replace confinement with community care. The current situation remains harmful to girls, is fiscally wasteful, and isn't necessary for public safety. Incarceration disproportionately harms Black and Native American girls in Maine. Incarcerating children cuts them off from their communities and community support and exposes them to further trauma. It's also extraordinarily costly. The cost costs $2.2 million per year, and Long Creek costs more than $300,000 per incarcerated youth. Finally, the top charges for girls at detention include low-level or petty theft, assault, and drug and alcohol charges. VARA and the New York University reviewed the case files of girls at Long Creek and found that they had significant needs unaddressed in the community. The majority survived extensive abuse, and many had been trafficked. They had significant mental health challenges, and many did not have a safe, stable place to live. These are the reasons why girls are incarcerated, not public safety. There are 2 next steps. First, Maine must expand existing prevention and diversion programs, address gaps in prevention and diversion programming for girls of color and LGBT, trans and gender nonconforming youth, and invest in housing options so that girls experiencing housing instability aren't detained because they have nowhere else to go. Right now, DOC is the sole and primary funder of diversion resources for young people. DOC's current plan for investment in incarceration far outpaces its plan for diversion spending, which is only $1.3 million. Second, the state should close Long Creek following the deliberative structure that is in LD 1668. While the bill represents common sense, cost-effective reform, we ask the sponsor to consider the following revisions. The plan should.
Marianne, could you start wrapping up? Your time is up, but please.
Sure. Well, our written testimony lays out several of the revision suggestions we have, so you can refer to our written testimony. And we again thank the bill sponsor for working with advocates and creating this bill. Thank the chairs for holding this hearing, and look forward to having longer discussions on how we can get this work done.
Thank you for taking the time to put that in your testimony, and I'm making a note of that, and I appreciate that very much. Let's see. I didn't see who raised their hand first. I will recognize Representative Warren.
Representative Lookner had his hand up first.
You're right. I just found it. Representative Lookner.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mohammed Miller, for your testimony. I'd be interested in hearing those revisions. So if you have my email, it's just first name dot last name at legislature.maine.gov. I'd be interested in seeing those and looping in with you before the work session.
Yes, we definitely plan to reach out to your team to have a longer conversation.
Great, appreciate it.
Representative Warren.
Thank you for your testimony today. I'm interested in hearing those as well. Could you share those with the committee, please? You can do that now?
Yes, I can share written testimony with Ms. Fahey.
Okay, you're welcome to share them now if you'd like to.
Oh, to read them out loud?
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. And again, these revisions are detailed in length in our written testimony, but some of the revisions we had was the plan should include a thorough assessment of required changes in legislation authorizing under what circumstances juveniles can be detained, and that should mitigate against potential unintended consequences of closing Long Creek, such as increased reliance on secure confinement in adult facilities. The provision that Long Creek should be repurposed into a community center with supportive housing should be assessed. These renovations can be costly and time consuming, and it is important to understand trade-offs of investing in transformation of Long Creek instead of programs elsewhere. It's important to protect the funding that DOC currently invests in DOC-run diversion programs. Although programs outside of DOC are needed, these programs play an important role in keeping justice-involved youth out of facilities. And I talked a little bit about the success Maine has had in reducing the number of youth incarcerated. The selection entity to redistribute funds should include an expert in the unique needs of girls of color and immigrant youth.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that.
Seeing no other hands raised, thank you. Oh, Ms. Mohammed Miller, where is the Bearer program located? Where are you located?
I believe we have programs in Lewiston.
Okay, thank you. Now I will ask Mary Flynn to give her testimony, please.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and esteemed members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the passage of LD 1668. My name is Mary Finn and I live in Saco. I submit this testimony on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network, or MUSON, as a person of faith committed to our fundamental principle of justice, equity, and compassion in all human relations. We are a 650-member organization that represents 25 congregations across the state. Last summer, thousands of Mainers demonstrated to demand that state and local leaders shift resources from prisons into local communities. We have an opportunity right now here to just do that. We've had some excellent testimony so far from many people in support. And I just wanted to give you my personal testimony of my story as a mother. I was very touched is not exactly the right word, by the woman whose son had passed away and been involved in the juvenile justice system, as my son was involved in the juvenile justice system in another state. My son committed some offenses that he was not even aware of. They were offenses. My son was also transgender, and he is a person of color with two white parents. So of course we were able in the state where we lived to advocate for him by hiring a lawyer. We were in a court situation where we were the only white parents there. So we certainly do acknowledge our privilege at the time. But what was provided for him was community services paid by for the school system in the state, as well as the support of probation program and community service. And right now he's a productive, functioning 25-year-old. But we do need to do more for our at-risk youth here in Maine who come from many different situations. If we do not take this action, youth will continue to suffer at Long Creek and carry the trauma of being there for the rest of their lives. Let's do the right thing and vote to pass LD 1668 and invest in the future of Maine's next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finn. Any questions? I see Representative Pickett has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Finn, for being here today. I just wanted to, really isn't a question, it's a comment. I applaud you and your husband for being that support for your son and for helping him to navigate his way through in his situation. So you should be very proud of him for being in the situation he is today. Your story was very touching, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Finn? Seeing none.
I'm bringing over Bruce King, Victoria Arrington, and Cassandra Thatch.
Thank you. Good morning, Bruce King. Would you like to present your testimony, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the honorable members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Bruce King. I'm a formerly incarcerated individual myself, and I live in Brunswick, and I am the co-executive director of Maine Inside Out, and I also serve as a commissioner on the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Maine Inside Out. Maine Inside Out is a statewide nonprofit organization formed in 2007, and our membership base currently and formerly incarcerated youth, their families, and concerned community members. Maine Inside Out worked inside Long Creek from 2009 to 2019, and the majority of our membership has been incarcerated at Long Creek. In the last 6 years, Maine Inside Out has created and implemented arts-based community reintegration programming in Androscoggin, York, Cumberland, and Kennebec counties. On behalf of Maine Inside Out, I'm testifying in favor of 1668. We must close Long Creek and reinvest those dollars in community. I love that Representative Lookner stated that it was an antiquated system that we're stuck with currently, and Long Creek, I think, is exactly that. It's an antiquated approach to corrections, and I've spent several hours in that facility, and as formerly incarcerated as an adult, I honestly had just the return of the prison experience when I was in there. It doesn't feel like a school. It feels like a prison when I walk through it. And CCJ, the living conditions, it's very, very similar. But that said, I'll talk a little bit about Maine Inside Out, and we are doing our best to create that alternative, or part of the alternative, because we hope to be part of a bigger network. Our programs include community supportive housing, employment support, access to healthcare, crisis work, responding to food needs, and we work in partnership with restorative justice entities and perform transformative justice work. We believe that investing that $18.6 million in approaches such as this work is exactly what we should be doing with that money. The continued reliance on state agencies, and in particular in the Maine Department of Corrections, perpetuates a process that's detrimental to the care of the individuals that we're trying to serve. And we believe we should redirect that funding into communities and allow those with direct lived experience who hold the deep knowledge of the issues to be the ones who are leading us. This bill was created in collaboration with those individuals, and so we believe we should defer to their expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Right on time, too. Thanks. Any questions for Bruce King? Seeing none. You're still coming in and going out. So I had a name here. One of them was Victoria. Could you please come to the room? I don't. Victoria Errington, welcome.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, quite
Okay.
well.
Hi, thanks. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee on criminal justice and public safety. I appreciate being here today, and I especially appreciate hearing all of the testimonies before me. I just wanted to be here today to show my support for LD 1668. Please end youth incarceration in Maine and redirect $18 million back into communities, and plan to close Long Creek by June 2023. Thanks.
That's it, Victoria. Okay. Any questions for Victoria? So Could I see someone else coming in? I'm trying to find the names here.
Cassandra Thatch is in the room.
Who is, okay, yes, Cassandra, right there, I had your name. Go right ahead.
Thank you, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Cassandra Thatch, and I'm calling from Portland, Maine. I'm one of the core leaders in Maine Youth Justice, and I'm also the creator of the Portland Butterfly Project, which is a youth-led movement that seeks to aid the homeless here in Portland. Ever since I found out that the LD 668 was finally enacted, I have battled with what I want to say to you and how I want to say it to you. But I decided to speak from the heart today, as I've been fighting for this for multiple years now. I have the privilege that many of us probably share today. I never went to Long Creek, and I was able to have an astounding education at Waynfleet, which is a well-known school here in Maine, and now Clark University. The truth is, if it weren't for this privilege, I could have gone to Long Creek and I would be in a completely different situation than I am right now. But I'm sure that if I was your daughter or any of the kids that have spoken today were your child, you would do everything in your power to keep me away from that facility, because you know the weight it has on the minds of only a child, and you understand how it jeopardizes futures. I understand many of you are scared, but I need you to sit outside of this meeting and reflect on why you feel so deeply for the state of Maine and for yourself. I understand how hard it is to become open to that perspective, because America has brainwashed all of us into thinking that we need to demonize people once they've made a mistake. When you are incarcerating youth, you are completely shifting their future. We need to start looking at the crime rather than labeling it. Statistics have gone down over 70% since 2010, and I see no reason we can't make that 100% now. We have 27 kids in there, and we are investing $600,000 per kid per year just to incarcerate them, but we are not even spending half of that to educate them. If anything I said stays with you, please let it be this. I'd like to return to Representative Costain's earlier question of whether or not Long Creek helps our youth, as some of them claim it does. We can do the same thing we are doing in Long Creek without placing a child in a box and without the trauma. And one thing that I'd like to highlight is that what works for you may not work for me, and vice versa. The solution is not punishment. It only damages the youth who are incarcerated and their families, but it also impacts the correctional officers, the staff members within the facility as well. The only reason you are scared is because you are clinging to this brainwashed reality that we finally have a chance to dismantle. Look, I'm only 19 years old, and I mean, you might think that I don't know what I'm talking about, and many people don't think that youth should be speaking, but I understand the way you'd protect for your kids, because that's what I'm doing for my friends right now. And from an economic standpoint, is it really worth spending? Thank you.
Thank you. Cassandra, I didn't think that at all. I just wrote down good presenter. You presented quite well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone have a question for Cassandra? Seeing none, again, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to testify in support, please?
I'm bringing over Mary Benudo, Aaron Berger, Kate Vaughn, and Maggie Bouchard. And that's the last 4 hands at the moment.
Thank you. Aaron Berger, please give us your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak in support of LD 1668. My name is Aaron Berger, and I live in Portland. Growing up, I was afforded many second chances. The consequences for my actions were often softened because someone took pity on me. My young self just thought I was lucky, but now grown, I see it wasn't chance or even possessing a good moral character. I had resources, a family to support me. I lived in a good neighborhood. The color of my skin meant I wasn't found to be threatening. And in fact, it was quite easy to cheer me on to succeed. I'm here today understanding that these circumstances and not choice shaped what consequences I faced, that this is the basis of an unjust system. For the past 18 months, we have seen how circumstances really shape everything around us. COVID-19 has laid stark our position in society. Essential workers often had to choose between life-threatening risk and paying the rent, whether the elderly found themselves in a group home or secluded with direct support provider decided their fate. The residents of Maine who found themselves in our jails, prisons, or juvenile detention centers often found themselves at the epicenter of COVID-19 outbreaks. When talking about Long Creek, I often hear about goals of rehabilitation and lowering recidivism, but this past year, our intentions have seemed more focused on simple punishment and neglect. These circumstances are a collective responsibility. We have constructed them from the decisions made here. 2020 was a reckoning, and this is the time to rethink how our institutions are supporting our most vulnerable populations, especially when it comes to our children. I urge you to start this process now. We should take the time it needs to be done properly, but we need to commit and start the process. As we start to rebuild from this pandemic, we need to be smarter with how we are spending our money. While the federal government is sending one-time relief of funds, the budgeted $18.5 million tied up in Long Creek can be made to go much farther if we were not focused on locked facilities with high maintenance costs. While the number of occupants has gone down, the staff has remained steady, and building this important infrastructure of care that could be a replacement takes time. And the longer we delay, the more vulnerable populations we leave to shoulder this burden alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Any question for Aaron Berger? Seeing none, again, thank you. I now will recognize Kate Vaughn, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, quite well, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Kate Vaughn. I live in Portland, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1668. I'm a birth worker and organizer focused on supporting low-income mothers who have histories of incarceration and substance use. All of the women I work with have extensive trauma histories, and many of them first experienced incarceration as minors. I'm also a co-parent of 2 adolescent boys, and I'm also a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. When I was a first grader, a neighborhood teenager repeatedly sexually abused me over a long period of time. And when I came forward to my parents, law enforcement became involved, a punishment was handed down to this young person, and no adult ever mentioned it to me again. I share this for a couple reasons. I've heard people express concerns about the serious crimes of youth currently incarcerated at Long Creek, so I want to be clear that I'm aware that young people are capable of causing significant harm. I have directly experienced that. I am not naive. We all cause harm and experience harm. I hope what is clear about my experience, which is not unique in terms of childhood sexual assault, is that no healing or safety was offered to me through the criminal justice system, not for me and not for the boy who harmed me, nor anyone he came into contact with later on. The adults around us passed the responsibility onto a system that is only set up to offer punishment. Imprisonment does not offer accountability or safety. If it did, we would live in a very different world. Youth who are at Long Creek are disproportionately Black, brown, queer, and homeless youth who have experienced intense trauma. They need resources, support, and pathways to healing. Instead, we multiply harm and continue to reassure ourselves that the people who are in cages belong there, that they are fundamentally different from our children. This is a very dangerous illusion. As organizer Miriam Kaba says, no one enters violence for the first time by committing it. We need to address root causes of what erodes community trust and safety. We can and must replace punishment and isolation with accountability, repair, and connection. We've had many years to see the effects of locking up young people. It is beyond time to divest from punishment and invest in community care. That is the true path to public safety. Yesterday was Mother's Day, and as I sat with my children and got teary-eyed over the cards they'd made, I thought of children without trusted, safe adults to turn to for support, who feel that everyone has given up on them. It enrages me and breaks my heart because I know we can do better. The well-being of young people is the collective responsibility of all of us. Please do not pass the buck. Do your part and use the power you hold in service of all Maine's young people. Pass LD 1668. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Any questions for Kate Vaughn? Seeing none, thank you. And thank you for working with mothers. That's great. Maggie Bouchard, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and all members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Maggie Bouchard. I live in Portland, Maine. I appreciate all the folks who've testified in support of this and shared their personal experience and knowledge. I'm testifying in support of LD 1668 as someone who's been working with young people in mental health services and other social and advocacy services for several years now in Portland, working as a sexual assault response advocate for youth and also in peer support services. Also speaking as someone who has struggled with my own mental health, I would not be where I am today if I had not gotten the support I needed when I was younger. This work takes time, community care, and a lot of room for young people to process their own trauma, their life experience, and just moving through the world. Isolation in cages is the last thing young people need to grow and build their life. This care is happening in our communities every day. It is also underfunded and has limited options to fit young people's needs. I have witnessed in my work the statistic put out by the 2019 report in Maine's juvenile justice system that 53%, more than half of detained youth in Long Creek, are there because there was no community-based residential programs. I have seen social service teams recommend sending a youth survivor of sexual violence to Long Creek because there were no beds elsewhere, knowing that when folks are incarcerated, their risk of experiencing sexual violence always increases. The walls of Long Creek keep community-based services at arm's length, making it very difficult to actually provide young people with supports they may want, making it harder to build relationships, connect with their community, make friends, finish school, and to just get connected with opportunities that they would thrive in. As a youth advocate, I was usually pushed more to provide staff trainings than actually being able to work with the folks imprisoned there. In the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey done in 2019, they outline adverse childhood experiences had by high school aged youth in Maine, things such as experiences of poverty, abuse, discrimination, housing insecurity, and other difficult and systematic traumatic experiences. Like the overrepresentation of Black, Brown, and LGBTQ plus young people in prison, this study also showed the overrepresentation of these same youth, often experiencing trauma and adverse childhood experiences. This report suggests supporting these youth with a more caring environment and being able to receive support from adults and peers in their community. The report states, quote unquote, more support equals better health and less risky behavior. Young people need support and they deserve it. And even with the best intentions, Long Creek is not providing that. For $18 million a year, we can do better. This money should be reinvested in the growing supports that value youth voices and especially value the youth voices of those who have experienced youth incarceration and know what alternatives are needed. A way to continuously connect young people with their community rather than isolating them from it. We still have work to do to support inclusive mental health support. And I know closing Long Creek is one of the first steps to that. And there's a community here waiting and ready to support these young people.
Good way to end, Maggie. That's great. Any questions for Maggie Bouchard? Also, thank you for your work out there in the community. Great. Thank you. And now I will, thought I saw someone. Oh, there she is. Betsy Sweet. Welcome. Oh, I think.
Thank you very much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Betsy Sweet. I'm a resident of Hollowell, Maine. And this morning, I am just here as someone who has worked starting almost 20 years ago in the Civil Rights Team Project in Long Creek with the incarcerated youth there. I also, many of you know, I've been working tirelessly in the legislature for the last 30 years to get adequate community mental health services for young people as well as adults. Those services are incredibly underfunded, and you have heard this morning profound and important stories about what that means. But I want, as someone who's been an advocate at the State House for almost 40 years, I want you to think about this in a different way. I am working with another group of young people who are trying to get a youth impact commission started. They're asking for 2 staff people and around $200,000 to make sure we are able to meet the needs of youth and bring people here. Imagine if I was coming before you today, or Representative Lookner was coming before you today and asking the following. I have an idea for a program. We're going to serve 25 to 30 young people. We're going to employ 187 staff, and we're going to spend $660,000 per student or per young person on programming and a way of treating whatever it is in something that the vast majority of research and scientific evidence shows does not work. Would you please fund this and start this program? You would laugh me away from the podium. You would say that is ridiculous. 27 kids, $660,000 a piece, 187 staff, $18 million a year to do something that people say, the experts say doesn't work for what you're trying to do? That's how we have to think about this. We can't just keep doing something because we've always done it this way. This is a moment for courage. This is a moment for compassion. This is a moment where you, the 13 members of this committee, have the opportunity to not just make a difference in the lives of these current young people, but in the lives of all young people who don't have necessarily the supports they need, don't necessarily have the systems that support them, and you have the opportunity to turn it around and make it work. What an extraordinary opportunity you have. I surely hope that you will take it, pass this bill, and work on the stages and the programs that will actually help make young people thrive in our beautiful state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sweet. Any questions for Ms. Sweet? I don't want to call you Ms. Sweet. We're so used to calling you Betsy Sweet.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
Senator Seeley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One part that I just don't hear in all these speeches is about the victims and how they're going to be, how they would look at this. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I don't hear much of that. So I'd like to hear that part of it.
Sure. And I think it's a great question, Senator Searway. You know, in the whole, and I'm not an expert in restorative justice, but in the entire issue of restorative justice, part of that is working with restitution for victims of what's happening, and to make sure that the folks, that folks do take responsibility. No one is saying that people who do bad things, young people who do bad things, shouldn't take responsibility, shouldn't be made to account for the impact and the consequences of their behavior. But the real issue, corrections, is about making sure it doesn't happen again. So restorative justice is both about restitution and dealing and talking with the victims, as well as making sure that those kind of things don't happen for this young person again, and that they don't become a victim of our system. And also to make sure that we put enough resources into the communities for kids who need help before they get to that point, before there are victims. Because I guarantee you that these young people start out as victims of a system, a social system, a political system, an economic system that has not served them.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Betsy? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to give your viewpoint on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I think we through with those in support. Anyone else, Deb?
Mary Benudo.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Mary Bonato. I'm an attorney at GLBTQ, Legal Advocates and Defenders, and I live in Portland. I want to apologize that I'm having tech problems. I can see all of you, and I just am unable to turn on my camera. I don't know if it's on your end, but I assume it's mine. So I wanted to say that I have been representing young people, LGBTQ people, from every racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic background for over 30 years. And I served recently on the CCLP committee report that was concluded in 2020. I also represented young people at Long Creek for a number of years, which taught me some very valuable lessons. And I just wanted to say that I think we know, and this committee in particular knows, because you hear from the commissioner and the associate commissioner, you've seen so many reports, that what the CCLP report said about there are just so many people at Long Creek because of unaddressed or underaddressed behavioral health problems that lead to juvenile justice involvement, that there are people at Long Creek because of the belief that unfortunately is true that there are no other places for them to go, including LGBTQ people who have difficulties with family members, homeless youth. And there's also the data and the consensus among people in Maine that there are many youth who are awaiting other placements or community-based services and cannot get them. That is part of what this bill is trying to address here. And the Department of Health and Human Services likewise has echoed this in their own 2018, Children's Behavioral Health Services Assessment Report, said there are too many children who need behavioral health services but cannot access them. They're on a wait list or the services are not available and the behaviors escalate. So this bill really attempts to address those issues. I also want to say I agree with the testimony about other states and could provide more about that information at the work session if helpful. And then third, I think we know from the stories we've heard of young people today, and I will tell you based on my own experience representing young people at Long Creek, that I saw there what I've always seen in many young people, which is endless hope, promise, and potential when people have the services and supports they need. And again, that's what this bill is about. The 2019 report from the National Academies, The Promise of Adolescence, says even with ACEs, even with difficult childhoods, adolescence is a time to repair. And this is a bill that builds on that hope and promise that it's time to repair and to provide support for young people and not to damage them further. So GLAD encourages you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernardo. Any questions for Mary Bernardo? Seeing none, again, thank you. If that's the last one in support of this bill, I now will call upon people who wish to testify in opposition of 1668. Yep.
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone wishing to testify neither for nor against?
Again, seeing no hands.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, I will close this public hearing on LD 1668. I see we're at 11:34. Three of us have a meeting scheduled at noontime. If we think we can do one, Representative Warren, do you have any recommendation on what you would want to do next?
I think the one that will be a little bit shorter would be LD 1364.
Okay, yeah, that's two. Thank you. That was what I was reaching for. Let's look at 1364. And I'd like to recognize, I'm not sure if Representative Reckitt introduced herself before. Did we? You did? Representative Newman, would you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. Now we'll look at 1364, and the title is Resolve to establish the commission to study and recommend incentives for residential fire sprinkler systems. This is presented to us by House Legislator Representative Bailey of Gorham. So I will ask if Representative Bailey is with us.
I'm texting with him now to tell him that we're on his bill.
Okay, thank you. I know it's long to wait for this.
I'm not seeing him and I'm not getting a response on text messaging. I think we were all surprised. I suspected there would be opposition and neither for nor against, so I didn't text him until the very end.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what other sponsors we have here with us.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler is in the room.
Yeah, that's an act to provide funding for the main length of service award program. Isn't that, we did this in the last session, did we not? We've had discussion on this. I was just wondering.
Madam Chair, before you begin that, you might check to see how many people want to speak. We've got a lot of testimony on that bill.
Okay, that's a good. Deb, could you find out if there are a number of people? We really only have about 20 minutes before we must leave. 13:16.
We don't even have 20 minutes. We probably ought to be out of here in at least probably another 15 minutes because I've got to go get set up. So we're running real short of time.
On the testimony list for 1316, there's 6 people, but there may be more in the room because sometimes there's people here who have not signed up.
It doesn't look like we can do that. Well, we're gonna have to break. And we're going to be busy at least a half hour, if not a little bit more. We'll have to come back either at 1:15 or 1 o'clock. And we've only done one bill. We have 4 others.
Madam Chair, is there a reason we can't start that public hearing and hand the gavel over to have it run while we're gone?
The one of, which one?
I think
we
only have one.
The one with Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Searway, we're going to begin, and I'd like you to continue with the meeting.
Excuse me, Representative Bailey is here.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were gonna, I was gonna recognize you. Let's do Senator Bailey, and that is 1364. The other bills, it's easy to say that we won't get to you till after noon time, sometime. So 1364. Welcome, Representative Bailey. Your bill is a resolve to establish the commission to study and recommend incentives for residential fire sprinkler systems.
Yeah, wow.
So you may Give us your testimony, Representative Bailey.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1364, a resolve to establish the commission to study and recommend incentives for residential fire sprinkler systems. LD 1364 is a nonpartisan proposal to study whether it is feasible and desirable for the state of Maine to provide incentives for developers, builders, and home buyers to install residential sprinklers. And if so, in what form the incentive should take, who should deliver them, and how they should be advertised and delivered. According to the National Fire Protection Association, when a fire breaks out in a home with sprinklers, the sprinkler nearest the fire sprays water forcefully over the flames, extinguishing it completely in most cases, or at least controlling the heat and limiting the development of toxic smoke until the fire department arrives. Sprinklers are effective because they react quickly. They reduce the risk of death, injury, and property damage from a fire because they dramatically reduce and contain heat, flames, and smoke, allowing people the time to evacuate a home and limiting property damage. In a home without sprinklers, a fire is likely to grow to dangerous levels by the time the fire department is able to arrive. That's especially true in Maine's small towns and rural communities, which have the longest response times to fires. In less time than it typically takes the fire department to arrive on the scene, sprinklers contain and even extinguish a fire. For these reasons, firefighters and a growing number of insurance company executives agree that something must be done to encourage residential sprinkling. For insurance providers, residential sprinkling would have the added benefit of lowering payouts. Based on the free market and over time, these cost savings would be passed on to consumers in the form of lower premiums. Maine cities and towns would also benefit from additional residential sprinkling in their communities because once a critical mass of housing is sprinkled, it begins to lower the cost of doing business for fire departments with less staff and equipment needed to respond to fewer fires. No one disputes the life, property, and cost savings arguments in favor of residential sprinkling. And my testimony bullets those out so it's very clear. It's also true that historically, legislative mandates for home sprinkling have failed because of added construction costs. So how do we proceed? In order to save lives and property, the state should bring stakeholders together to study reasonable steps that could be taken to incentivize rather than mandate residential sprinkling. This is the middle ground. This is where consensus can be forged. I am encouraged by the fact that LD 1364 has support from labor and business, firefighters and insurance executives, and homeowners of all political stripes. I hope that the committee will lean on Fire Marshal Joe Thomas and the Maine Fire Sprinkler Coalition, which includes representatives from industry, for additional information and data about this issue, as well as SMCC fire science professors Steve Willis and David McLean, and retired Gorham Fire Chief Bob Lefevre. These professionals have decades of experience studying and working on this issue. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this proposal.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Bailey? Representative Morales, followed by Representative Rickett.
Thank you, Representative Bailey. Thank you, Chair DeChambeau. Representative Bailey, I had a situation this summer in my city of South Portland where they put in place an ordinance that would require residential sprinkling of a certain size addition. And I was trying to build an addition to bring my parents in so I could take care of them. And so we ended up, and I wouldn't have been able to afford it if we had done the sprinkling as required. And so the city ended up putting a moratorium on the ordinance in order to study it, which then enabled me to build the addition and bring my parents in. So I greatly appreciated it. But I'm just wondering, with your resolve as you're envisioning it, what does that do to some of the municipalities that I'm understanding are looking at these kinds of ordinances right now? And so just your comments on that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful question. Thank you for bringing that up. So Gorham is a community that has a residential sprinkling ordinance. And more communities are looking to adopt these types of ordinances, but they run into some of the challenges that you had yourself, is the costs, the financial cost of doing so, as well as the cost to retrofit a home are exponentially more expensive than new construction. And so, there's obviously the life-saving components, the savings to the structure itself with having the sprinklers is pretty extraordinary, right? And so the incentives to do it are certainly there. It's just the overcoming that cost is very difficult for people. So I think that's the point of the commission, is to try to bring the different stakeholders together, from insurance, fire science, and all, builders, home builders, et cetera, to study this issue and see, are there different incentives from across the country that have been done at the municipal level or in other places that we might adopt here in Maine, to make it easier for people who want to do that, or in communities where, like Gorham, that requires it, makes it a little less burdensome for people to follow through on that requirement. So it doesn't become quite a burden. And I think it's especially an important consideration right now, given the challenge with housing that we have in our state, and cities that have this municipal ordinance, it certainly increases the cost of construction. So if we can find ways as a state to incentivize that, to perhaps lessen the impact on the cost and promote more housing, I think it's a positive as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Reckitt.
Thank you. I'm just, my home right now is under renovation, and I'm like, okay, what? So my mind is in the dollars and cents right now, and my question is, I have no concept of what the average cost of sprinkler systems, let's say in a smallish home, or as compared to a home of the same size that's renovating and trying to do this. So I mean, I just don't know whether we're talking $3,000, $20,000. I mean, I have no idea. Can you give me a guess?
It's anywhere in that range, depending on what the project is. So I think, and I'm sorry, I'm not at my computer right now. I'm about to take my mom to a doctor's appointment. I apologize. I thought I might be up earlier. But I think the fire marshal, Joe Thomas, is with you today, and Steve Willis, who's a professor at SMCC. They could walk you through all those different numbers, Representative, and probably get more into the detail than I could. They're more knowledgeable about that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Representative Bailey, I don't know you, so most of the committee realize I'm a firefighter from my town, because I'm in a rural town. I've seen all the studies, I've seen the videos of the sprinklers. I know they do a good job. Problem I have with your legislation is the makeup of this committee, if you're going to study it. You have two professional firefighters. You need at least the same number representing the rural fire departments, because typically rural houses are going to cost more money than citywide, because you don't have a public water system. So basically, rural houses are $10,000 to $20,000 for most houses. You have to put in a holding tank and everything else. So you do need somebody that's going to be on the rural side.
We're losing you, Dan. Sorry, Representative.
Something through the main fire chiefs to represent the rural department. Because again, it is significantly more money for rural places than they are urban.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Representative. I don't disagree with you. I think that was the fire marshal will talk about that when he speaks. I think that was an edit that I got after the final round of edits to the bill, and so I think that's something we probably want to look at with the amendment. And I think that perhaps some folks in industry may have some other suggestions today about how to make up that commission. And I think those are great suggestions. We certainly want buy-in from all the different stakeholders around whatever these solutions, proposed solutions might be. So I agree with you.
All right, thank you.
Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Bailey, or afternoon. I don't know. It's close to that anyway, but just a question on what in the discussion you had with Representative Newman. There's homes that are very small, and if you have to have a holding tank and the sprinkler system and put in place and whatever, sometimes they don't have the space to even put this stuff in, and to keep it from freezing, it might have to be an outside building, you know, for the holding tank and whatever, and that gets very costly, and you got to heat it, you know, in a rural area. I'm just not sure how that would all work, and I don't know about what you think on that.
I think that's a really good question. I don't know that I can probably speak to the details of that, probably the way that the fire marshal and others could get into the weeds on. So I probably defer to them to really sort of analyze that. I think that's sort of in the range of issues that I would hope this commission would explore and understand. What are the cost barriers? How do we try to ensure some equity in this program so it's not about, you know, retrofitting or helping construction costs and the Gorhams and you know, leaving the smaller communities of the state behind. So I think that's certainly something we want to consider in how to move forward on something like this.
Now, this would be all new construction?
No, I don't think it's necessarily new construction. I think it's opportunity to retrofit existing structures too. In my mind, I'm thinking, you know, we want to attract young people to our state, young families. We've got a lot of old housing stock. You know, is there a young family that wants to move to a rural part of the state and buy a home from the 1800s? And, you know, part of their work in upgrading that home might be that they want to add sprinkling to it while they're updating it. But it's cost prohibitive. And, you know, a fire may have started, take 5 minutes to get the call in and then 10 minutes to get the fire department there. So the fire's been going for 15 minutes. And even in a house that's been well built from the 1800s, I mean, you could be headed towards a partial or total loss at that point. And if you had sprinkling, you could save that home as well as potentially save lives. And I think that's where my mind is in trying to think about how do we tackle this issue and what do those solutions look like? And I don't know the answers to the only from just some preliminary reports that I've read from places across the country that have done this. They're, you know, folks in our state who know a lot more about this than I do. And that's what my goal is, to try to bring them together to think about how we might do this to bring some ideas back to the legislature to consider.
Thank you.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Bailey, for being here. My question would be, are you focusing more on the city or rural areas? Or both?
I think it's both. That example that I just gave is one that's been in my mind for a while. So I think for me, it's both. And I think there's probably different types of solutions and different types of incentives that will be needed in different places. And I think that's something that the commission will need to explore and understand that there's not a one size fits all solution for just about anything in Maine, right? That we're different parts of our state, you know, different things work differently. So that would be my answer to that question.
Follow up?
Yes, go right ahead.
So, you know, working for a city, I would assume when we dispatch fire, it was 3 minutes to 5 minutes before they were at the house. If you dispatch fire to my house, you might be 20 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever it may be, depending on what volunteer firefighters were doing. So I think there's a big difference there when they look at it. If we pick us to do, you know, there's a real big difference between, you know, city fires where you have full-time fire departments or volunteer fire departments.
I think that's great. And I'd certainly be interested if there is some interest in the committee in moving this forward and maybe looking at making some changes to who's on the commission or who's represented on the commission. Also maybe adding some language into the what is being studied to specifically call that out to understand what are more sort of urban solutions versus rural solutions. And I'd certainly be glad to work on something like that, an amendment with members of the committee and other stakeholders if there's interest in doing that.
Great, thank you.
Representative Bailey, when I first read this, I said, okay, a commission, but rarely do we see a fiscal note on a commission unless you're going to pay the people to come. But the fiscal note says legislative costs and the study, and it has 21, 20, 22, 23. I don't understand where the $10,000 for legislative cost studies. How would you be conducting these studies, and why the costs?
Yeah, I'm not clear on that either, Senator. I think getting some clarification for works session would be helpful.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
I had a bill that I thought it would be easy, and that was body cams, and the study costs a lot more than $2,000 or $10,000. So, all right. Any other questions for Representative Bailey? Seeing none. You'll notice that Representative Pickett has gone to the meeting, so is Representative Warren, and I have to go. So Senator Serway, you are the man in charge. And so we're up to anybody who wishes to testify. And I would venture a guess that we'll be back about 1 o'clock, or someone will let me know. All right. Thank you very much. I gotta go.
All right, good luck. So I guess, do we have any legislators that are in for the bill that wants to speak?
I don't see any other legislators.
Okay. So do we have anybody for the bill that would like to speak?
I'm bringing 3 people over: Joseph Thomas, Charles Soltan, and Joseph Underwood. And there's one more, Steve Willis.
Excuse me, Senator. This is Jane.
Yep.
Joseph Underwood is a representative.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. So why don't we have him come first? So Representative Underwood.
Good morning.
Good
Or
morning.
afternoon, excuse me. Yes, I'm Joseph Underwood, and I'm the district representative for 147 here in Presque Isle. It's good to see everybody this morning, and I'd like to address the chairman that just left, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren, and other members of this committee. Good morning, good afternoon. And I'm here to speak in favor of LD 1364. Now, I have been attended one of the housing committees of the city of Presque Isle, and the fire marshal was present. And if he's going to speak, we're all in for some great information. And this gentleman can walk you around. I've also recently looked at the fire marshal's website, and it has a lot of good information regarding costs and what's needed. And I'm sure he can speak directly to that. And a couple of the 3 ideas that I'd like to present, in addition, is the lower cost of housing that could be built with these, because at the committee that I attended, there was a lot of contractors there that were building houses at 3 or 4 unit. I believe 1 and 2 unit houses are not required for sprinkler systems, but 3 and 4 unit duplexes are where the 3 or 4 unit housing is where the problem is here in the city of Presque Isle. And section 5 of this bill says the duties, and it describes the problem here in town. exactly what the reason I'm here is to present it in favor of, because of the description that's listed in section 5. In addition, I'd just like to present some ideas and to go along with Representative Bailey's presentation, and that is 3 items. It is at lower cost of affordable housing, which could be built. The 2 is the facilitate approval for building, because that was one of the big costs that was presented, was between here and Bangor is about 145 miles, which is, well, it takes me 2.5, 3 hours to go to Bangor. So it's a big cost to get inspectors in here to facilitate inspection and approval of housing, 3 and 4 unit housings. And through the fire marshal's office, the way they presented the ideas was the problem was that they could not approve of these 3 and 4 unit versus the 1 and 2 units, which do not require, as I understand it, that do not require any sprinkler systems. So basically, I'm interested in this bill for this reason, that there's a problem here in town, and I'd like to see it resolved. And this resolve, LD 1364, would facilitate that. And finally, I urge all of you to vote ought to pass on LD 1364. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Underwood. Representative Underwood. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Underwood? Seeing none, thank you. Chief Joseph Thomas, you're up next, I guess. So good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator. I'll give you my specific testimony here for this bill, and then certainly try to answer any questions that you might have at this time, as opposed to the workshop. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Joe Thomas. I'm the State Fire Marshal. I'm here today to present testimony in support of LD 1364, a resolve to establish the commission to study and recommend incentives for residential fire sprinkler systems. Automatic fire sprinklers are highly effective and reliable elements of the total design and scope of fire protection in buildings. NFPA statistics show the civilian death rate is 81% lower in homes with fire sprinklers than in homes without them. The average firefighter injury rate is 80% lower when fire sprinklers are present during fires that they're fighting. When sprinklers are installed, fires are kept to the room of origin 97% of the time. The home fire death rate is 90% lower when fire sprinklers and hardwired smoke detectors are present. By comparison, the death rate is only 18% lower when battery-powered smoke alarms are present and extinguishing systems are not. Recent experiences with the latest building and fire codes have shown that opportunities exist to provide a variety of potential incentives, from financial savings to property density. As home fire sprinkler use is debated, there is a lot of misinformation about the experience of home fire sprinklers. This proposed resolve will provide an opportunity for the stakeholders and decision makers within the state to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the possible incentive benefits in clear and factual terms that can be applied as needed or desired in communities in the state of Maine. I would encourage the committee to support this resolve, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Well, just one question I got. How would the incentive work?
The incentives can be in a variety of ways. A lot of the ones that we are able to apply right now involve such things as density. If you're doing a subdivision of single-family homes, rather than having to run a 12-inch water main into the project for providing water, you can cut that down to a 6 or an 8-inch with the use of fire sprinklers being in the homes that are associated with that development. Density is you can reduce the distance between the homes. Actually, what it does, Senator, it allows more use of the land to be built for the homes than for separation and other things. If you take the requirement to install a cistern in a project for water supply, a cistern is going to take up a buildable lot. That's a big part of that area that could be used for a home rather than some other utility compliance that is needed if sprinklers are not used. So those are the types of things that we see. And they're becoming, as fire sprinklers have actually been in the building code since 2009, we've actually seen a lot more of those incentivations of certain types of circumstances for development and for land that could not be built on before, but can be with the sprinklers installed.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thomas, my question is, there's fees usually associated, a monthly or a quarterly fee with sprinkler systems. And it's very hard for me to sit here and rationalize why. You just got through saying that you use less water, much less water to use a sprinkler. If you have a sprinkler, it puts a fire out. If you come with a truck, you're using thousands of gallons of water.
That's correct.
I don't see the rationale, and I've sort of fought this a little bit. I have some commercial buildings in town, and I tell them they're charging the wrong people. They should be charging the people that don't have sprinkler systems, because in fact, if I had a fire in my building, you're going to use 10 times the water you're going to use with a sprinkler system. Can you sort of talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I suspect that what you're actually alluding to is really a contract that the person with that sprinkler system in a commercial building has with their the sprinkler system provider. They do the inspections, they do the flow tests, they really maintain that system for the commercial user. When you're talking about a single family residence, I'm not aware of anybody right now that's charging any fees for any type of inspections. I have a sprinkler system in my home. I don't pay anything for it. So the only fees that I'm aware of that are associated right now with sprinkler systems are between the owner of the property and the service provider for the sprinkler system.
A follow-up, Senator?
Go ahead.
So my fee is the water department, the water district in the town of Newport charges me $90.
Standby fee.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that. Why would they be charging?
Yeah, and Representative, those are the very things that we want to be able to look at with this commission, because to be perfectly honest with you, my experience just in the state of Maine alone is the water purveyors are all over the place in different communities based on who's providing the water to that system. The rates are different. There's a whole host of differences that I think this commission could look at and see what ways that can be resolved.
Right. So my point is, and this might be something if you're involved in that, if I own a building that's 6,000 square feet, you're charging me $90 a quarter. I think it should be the opposite. If I don't have a sprinkler system, that's where the fee should be, because you're going to use far less water, like I said, et cetera. And they say something about the reason is because of having the water available. Well, the water's available either way. So that's really not an argument. So
And
that
as an
might be
old
something you guys.
firefighter, I can tell you the fact and the difference of water is I think it's a critical issue. 2.5-inch hand line off a pumper fighting a fire is flowing 250 gallons of water a minute. That's a ton of water a minute going into that building. A sprinkler head, you're going to flow 15 gallons, 20 gallons perhaps at max. Considerable difference.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Interesting. All right. Any other questions before go to the next person? Seeing none. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next we have Charles Sultan.
Thank you, Senator Searway and members of the committee.
Honorable.
My name is Charlie Sultan, and it's great to see all of you. I am here on behalf of the Maine Association of Insurance Companies, which are Maine's based domiciled property and casualty carriers. I'm a resident of Winthrop, Maine, and I'm trying to do about 3 Zooms at once here. I appreciate the time and appreciate Representative Bailey putting this bill in as a resolve to create a study commission. This is an issue that Senator Searway knows we've talked a lot about on the Maine Fire Commission. So I happen to also be a longtime member of the Fire Commission on behalf of the insurance industry. This is really, given your questions, this is the kind of resolve that we need to have in a study commission, because there are a lot of questions and it's some great policy debate on the use of home sprinklers. This fascinating information that those of us on the Fire Commission who've looked at this learned, and most of you firefighters would know this. You have about 3 minutes or less to get out of a house if it goes up in flames. Otherwise, you will die from asphyxiation, most likely. That is not very long. And I think, as Representative Costain said, it takes a long time in a rural area for firefighters to get to your home. If you were able to get out, that's great. If you are not, you are probably not going to survive. Home sprinklers are a system that is basically a firefighter in every home. There is a cost involved, and that is one of the study, I think, things we can look at is how to bring that cost down, how to manage it, and how to make it publicly acceptable. So that's what we want to do. My only suggestion for the resolve is on lines, page 1, lines 17 and 18. It talks about having 2 insurance agents. I think that would be better served to have 2 insurance carrier representative, perhaps one from a Maine-based company, perhaps one a larger national company, because we're the ones who generally provide incentives for installing fire suppression systems. Same thing with fire alarms, and other safety devices to encourage people through their insurance premiums to make their homes as safe as possible. So that's, I hope, a change you'll make and consider as you move to accept the resolve and get it funded. Thanks. That's all I have.
And what page was that on?
It's on page 1 of the bill, line 17 and 18. It's number 7 under section 2. It talks about 2 members of being of insurance agents. If you want to have 1 agent, that's great. Otherwise, I'd suggest this, usually the carrier who is providing a potential deduction off of their policies and stuff. And we have a fair amount of information that would be helpful.
Could you possibly send some language just to maybe Jane, and so she will have it for the work session?
Sure, Glad to.
That-
Thank you.
That'd be good, just so we could take a look at it.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions? Representative Costain.
Sorry, sir, I didn't put my hand down from before.
Oh. Anyone else like to ask questions? Seeing none, well, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Next, we have Steve Willis. I think he was here a little bit ago. I don't see him on the screen anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Is anybody else, I guess?
Seeing no further hands in favor.
Okay. All those that are interested in speaking in opposition.
Seeing
wait,
no
yeah.
hands, Senator.
Okay. Anyone neither for nor against that would like to speak?
Again, seeing no hands.
Okay. Well, this concludes LD 1364. So from the committee, is there any specific one that you think we ought to go from first on? I don't think that they gave me an order to go in, so I guess we can go with the
Senator,
LD. Yep.
Senator, this is Jane. Could
Yep,
I stick
Jane.
my neck out? Is it lunchtime?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to take half an hour or 3/4 of an hour?
Let's be back at 1.
Okay. That's it. We'll be back at 1 for lunch. Sounds good? So 1 o'clock. How you doing, Senator DeChambeau?
How did you do?
Oh, went well. Yep. We did that fire sprinkler one. We finished that up, and then I think if you went to LD 1504 while we were working on firefighter stuff, might as well do that, and then go to the other two, right?
You want the next one to be 1504?
I'm just thinking that it
Yeah.
has a little bit to with firefighters, and if there are any around.
Totally agree. Thank
Yep.
you. I agree. So we're gonna do 1504. And then we have the award one and 1408. So we can do Senator Diamond last if he's, I'll send him, yeah. I'll ask Representative Warren if she agrees.
Yep.
So, yeah, how about that? The critical incident, that makes sense because the people who want to speak are probably here.
Yeah.
And then the main length, that's another volunteer firefighters, yeah. And we'll
Yep.
end with Senator Diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If she agrees, I'll send Senator Diamond. Oh, there, Charlotte. Charlotte, since we have some firefighters, Representative Warren, excuse me, since we have some firefighters that testified in the previous one, we thought we'd go with critical incident, since we have like 26 people, participants, that's probably them. 1504, and then the length of service award is 1316, and we'll end with Senator Diamond.
I think most of the folks that you see here are here for the length of service award.
Oh,
Okay,
here for
so we'll put
Ziegler's
that
bill.
ahead of critical incident then. Okay,
Yeah, that was where we received all of the testimony, was for the Representative Ziegler's length of service bill. Yes, here he is. And I think that if they went first, that would be great.
okay. Hi, Representative Ziegler.
Senator, and thank you, Representative Warren.
Representative Ziegler, we're going to wait till we have a quorum, or at least a few more, and then we'll begin.
That sounds wonderful. I'm glad to come out of the little dark room that I've been sitting in. There's
I'm
another
not going
fella.
to ask any further questions on that one.
There's another fellow that's here. He's been here since March 4th to testify, and he's wondering when you'll pull him out of the room.
Well,
He hasn't eaten. He could use some help.
well, I'm eating now.
You feel like you're being pulled like a rabbit out of a hat.
I have my laptop on the ENR, which I'm supposed to be in right now. We're dealing with some bills. So
What committee are you on, Representative Ziegler?
I'm on the ENR and the UT. And busy little computers lately.
Yep.
You took off your sports coat there, Representative Lookner?
Did we have to suspend the rules to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I move that we suspend the rules.
There.
So Senator Seaway, you told people to come back at 1?
Yep.
1:09.
I know, they don't know how to tell time, I don't think.
You're fired. I'm not doing this again.
There. Well, they said if you guys leave, they can leave. They said. Oh. Yeah. What are you gonna do? So tomorrow I get the 2 committees.
Hun? You have
I'm here. Oh, I'm here, but I'm driving, so I'm gonna just keep the video off unless you need me to turn it on. Shelley.
Representative Nikki, she's driving right now. So she won't have her video on. Yeah.
Lois, I read that article in the Portland Press Herald about Willard Beach. You might as well sell your house and put the $1 million in your account.
Senator Seaway.
Yeah.
Senator Seaway, your reviews are over the top. I heard great things about you on that, chairing that meeting.
They went really good.
That's what I heard. I heard the reviews are just at the top notch. You found your niche.
Well, I had a lot of practice on VLA and inland fisheries and wildlife. So,
Senator DeChambeau, when was that article in? Is it today?
Just this weekend, I guess, and plus I saw it on Channel 6 News because they showed some houses and interviewed people. I think what they were just talking about was the taxes going up.
Oh, yeah, I know. Got the bad news.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. We
I
don't. we
mean,
haven't-
my friend is my age, retired, did well for herself, but not enough to afford. She's got a beautiful home not far from the beach. And I mean, it's an old home.
Mine was built in 1820, so.
Yeah, hers is a craftsman type, really nice, but oh, you know, I'm glad I sold mine 5 years ago. I couldn't have kept it up. Okay, here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Representative Newman will be right along.
Senator, we didn't adjourn, so we can get started. We
That's
don't have
right.
to do the
I
recount.
was just going to do that. Okay, thank you. That's right, we didn't adjourn. So the next bill we have before us is 1316. And for those of you who are waiting in the waiting room, after 1316, we will have 1505 and then 1408. So we have with us Representative Ziegler, the sponsor of the bill, an act to provide funding for the Maine Length of Service Award Program. Welcome, Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and fellow members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Representative Stanley Page Ziegler, and I represent House District 96, which includes Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont. I'm here today to introduce LD 1316, as you said, an act to provide funding for the Maine Length of Service Award Program. I assume everyone on the committee is aware of the value of our many volunteer fire and emergency medical departments spread throughout the state. They serve their communities in a myriad of capacities, from fire fighting to managing traffic scenes, medical emergencies, and environmental disasters. In doing so, besides saving lives, they're also saving the municipalities in the state a lot of money. The amount of volunteer hours that go into this important work is done out of a sense of giving to their community. As the state continues to grow old, predominantly gray, not speaking about myself, the pool of younger volunteers grows smaller. We need to be able to recognize and respect the volunteers of today who have to train more hours and face more complex issues when the need arises. One way is to give these men and women an incentive, and that is what the Length of Service Award Program does, or LOSAP. I was a paid ambulance attendant in the 1970s as a merchant mariner. I was a trained paid firefighter and medical officer in charge. I know what being called out for an emergency means. And that is why I support the effort to give back to the people who give so much and ask for so little. As we all say, the people coming after me will explain more fully the workings of the program. Thank you for your consideration. And in my written testimony, I have a link to the LOSAP program and statute. And as you said earlier, Senator, didn't we hear this before? I'm hoping this is the last time we hear this bill, because I'd like to see it get funded this year. These people really do need our support. Thank you very much.
I didn't mean it in a mean way, but there was a lot of testimony and I did learn a lot. So I'm glad it's back. Any questions for Representative Ziegler? Seeing none, I now will ask if there are any legislators or co-sponsors who wish to speak on this bill. Representative Cuddy, you are a sponsor. You wish to give us testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Scott Cuddy and I live in Winterport. I represent House District 98, which is comprised of Frankfort, Searsport, Swanville, and Winterport. I'm here today before you to speak in favor of LD 1316. 3 of the 4 towns that I represent have volunteer fire departments. In fact, one of the towns that I represent has 2 volunteer fire departments. These departments are quite literally the hearts of their towns. In rural Maine, where paid departments are a rarity, it is the men and women who volunteer their time and talents that keep us safe. We need to do what we can to support these women and men. I'm told by the chiefs in my towns that LoSAP would be a help to them in recruiting. Now, I believe that they are correct, but even if it wasn't going to help with recruiting, I'd still support funding this program. These men and women put literally everything on the line for us, and this is a chance for us to give something back to them. Volunteer departments cost pennies on the dollar compared to professional departments, and their membership is usually comprised of the exact same people that are going to run a bake sale, coach little league teams, hold town council seats, and volunteer in our schools. As I said earlier, the departments are the heart of our small rural towns. And we need to do what we can to keep those departments strong to help rural Maine. Funding LoSAP would be a great step in the right direction. And I hope this committee will support this wholeheartedly. Thank you for time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me. And I want to just stress one more time this idea that the rural parts of our state are vastly different than the more urban parts of our state when it comes to fire departments. The way that our towns are kept safe is on the backs of people who are willing to volunteer their time. And if we have an opportunity to give them something of a benefit, I think we should take it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Cuddy. Representative Costain, followed by Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have a question. Representative Cuddy, it's nice to see you.
It's nice to see my former seatmate as well, Dan. You look good. Looks like you're doing well.
Representative Newman.
Madam Chair. The question I've got, I understand the length of service concept. What would it actually mean to a firefighter? Say you have somebody who's a volunteer for 25 years. What would the benefit be to them?
Do you mean the actual amount of the benefit, sir?
What would it actually mean to an individual firefighter who's been on for so many years? You know, some idea of the benefit.
Yeah, I think in terms of, I don't know what the actual cash benefit would be, but when you think about something like a length of service award, what you're talking about is a recognition of the amount of time that an individual has put in to keeping their town safe, to being that integral part of their community where they are the life's blood of a town. You know, and a small Winterport, you know, we have a little over 3,000 people, almost 4,000 people. That's a small town. And our volunteer fire department, our volunteer EMS, they are the individuals who are on it, are at every single event. They do everything in the town. And this is another thing they do to keep their town safe. And for them to know that their state, that they are saving so much money for in terms of what it costs to employ them as opposed to a professional department, has their back so that they are able to have this benefit at the end of their time, I think would be a really big shot in the arm for them to know that. So that's how I see the benefits.
Follow up.
Yes, please.
Yeah, the question I really got is it just a recognition, or is there an actual, almost like a retirement benefit per person? What is the benefit?
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, there is an actual retirement benefit, and I will let those who are coming behind me answer what that benefit is going to be like. You have some folks who are actually from the board, I think, who will be able to answer that question very well. But I think I don't want to downplay that the benefit of the recognition of it. I think that's an important part of it as well. But thank you very much for the question, Representative.
Thank you. It's just like we have on the department, we've got a lot of long-time gentlemen who've been on the department. I just wanted to let them know what the benefit would be if they are.
Yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Representative Newman, I've heard this before and I'm looking forward to hear it again, because put your thinking cap on. There's a lot of maths involved in that. So anyone wishing to continue speaking in support of LD 1316, please raise your hand. We'll let you in. And thank you, Representative Cuddy again.
Senator? Hello,
Hello, who do I have here?
you've got Paul Davis.
Paul Davis.
How
You're
are
in the
you?
right room, right? Okay. Hi there, Senator Davis.
How are you?
I'm great. You wish to testify for the volunteer firefighters?
If you'll allow it,
Oh, I shall. Go right ahead.
I think that we have a very serious problem. We can't find anyone that wants to be a volunteer firefighter. And the few that we do find, probably half to 2/3 of them work a considerable distance away. And when the fire happens, they don't hear the call. And it's really proven to be a real problem. We definitely need to find some ways to entice people to become firefighters. I think this is one step. It would be a small one and it'll take a while, but it certainly would be a reason to consider doing this. I do think though that we need to find other ways. I'm not sure what we can do, but that's why we have you, Senator DeChambeau, and the committee to figure this out and find ways for us to make some improvements that we need. And that's what I have for you.
Thank you. If I can help Piscataquis County, I will, Senator Davis.
Well, we want you to.
Okay.
We got a lot of dry wood up here and it burns real good. That can be a big problem right off front.
Any questions for Senator Davis? Hearing none, seeing none, no raised hands. Thank you very much, Senator Davis.
You have a good day now.
Yes. Any other legislators or co-sponsors who wish to testify? Please.
Representative Crafts is in the room.
Yes, thank you. Newcastle.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Lydia Crafts. I represent House District 90, towns of Newcastle, Bristol, Bremen, Damariscotta, Monhegan and Louds Islands, and parts of South Bristol and Noblesboro. I'm pleased to testify today in support of LD 1316, an act to provide funding for the Maine Length of Service Award program. In September 2020, my community lost an iconic business on the Pemaquid Peninsula. After 87 years of business, the Seagull Shop restaurant burned down in the middle of the night fire. While a devastating loss, it was an event that perfectly illustrates the importance of rural volunteer fire departments. On that early fall evening, 6 surrounding towns sent crews to fight the fire, shuttling water from Bremen, creating a water curtain to prevent the loss of neighboring homes, and managing on-site fuel tanks. Crews extinguished the fire in a mere 40 minutes. Without 42 local volunteer firefighters jumping from their beds at 2 a.m., the damage would have certainly been far worse. As a state, 93% of Maine's firefighters are volunteers, and they're a critical part of the health and safety of our rural communities. We rely on brave and committed men and women to respond to and protect our homes, our families and neighbors, and our communities. Funding the Length of Service Award program is one straightforward way for us to demonstrate our state's dedication to the individuals risking their lives to save the lives of their neighbors. I'd ask that you please join me today in supporting LD 1316, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Kraft. Anyone have any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time to give us your testimony. If there are no other legislators or co-sponsors, I will now ask those in support of this bill, 1316, please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
I'm bringing in William Gillespie, Dan Brooks, and Frederick Brewer. And Stephanie Bunker, there's only 4.
Thank you.
Stephan Bunker, sorry.
Bill Gillespie, right?
That is correct, Senator
Okay.
DeChambeau. How are you?
I am fine, please. Go right ahead.
Absolutely. So, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and committee members, my name is Bill Gillespie, and I have multiple titles. I am the fire chief in the town of Liberty. I am the legislative liaison for the Maine Fire Chiefs, and I have been the chairman for the Length of Service Awards program since its beginning in 2017. In 2015, the legislature voted to bring this length of service program forward. In 2017, after some additional support, we were able to develop the committee, got the committee up and running, and we've been up and running ever since. In 2018, we submitted a bill similar to this one for the $2.5 million to start this program and get it up and operational. Unfortunately, when we made our way to committee, we came out of this committee unanimous, but in appropriations, there was no funding available for this program, so it died. The next year, last year, we had the opportunity to meet with Governor Mills, and she agreed that it was a worthwhile program to get started and set $1.5 million in her budget to establish this program, get it up and running. And then unfortunately, COVID hit. So third time's a charm. We're back after 3 continuous years of developing this program, working on both the fire and EMS services to create a program to give a long-term benefit to any firefighter that's willing to commit their time, their energy, and certainly their lives in some cases to protect the citizens of the state of Maine. We ask that you continue to support our efforts to get this done, and I am happy to answer any questions, as will the participants that will follow me.
Okay. Would you care yourself or someone else to answer Representative Newman's question to really lay out what this all is?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the Length of Service Awards program is a 457 plan. It's a retirement program for volunteers. The vesting program is a 5-year term. So if you've committed, and we'll go backwards to vest a person if the documentation is available, to get a person who's committed 5 years of service to the program. And once we receive funding, the funding can come from up to 3 sources, one being the state. Local municipalities and counties can also contribute to a retirement program for their volunteers. The program is established on a point system. So the more you actually participate with your fire department, the more you will actually earn. And then once you reach 60 years old, you are eligible at that point in time to start taking a contribution that has been put forth for you by either of those sources, and whatever you've earned based on your point structure, you will receive that in a retirement program. We have had firefighters in the state that have worked in other states and have received those types of programs, and when they reach age 60, one, for example, receives about $500 a month for a retirement program from his time as a volunteer in New York State. So we have seen this program work significantly in other states. And what we're really trying to do, recruiting is one thing, but we're trying to retain the people that we invest a significant amount of money in training, equipping, and getting ready to fight the fires. And we want them to reconsider, stepping back. We all have life issues, and, raising families makes it more difficult, which other people will testify about. But when you have done raising your family and you have more time in your schedule, we would hope you'd come back and continue to support your local communities. Because honestly, this is the only way we're going to survive as far as the volunteerism. And we also have looked at other areas in which, if the volunteers aren't there, what's the cost at that point in time for putting career firefighters in the seats of the volunteers? This is an easy solution that will help us at least try to retain some people.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, it's documentation's the big thing. And once this program is up and running, you would get points if you showed up at a fire or training or all different programs that you do.
Exactly. The three areas in which you can earn points as far as a firefighter is concerned, you receive a small point, 10 points for coming to meetings. It's very important that you come to meetings so you know what's happening within the department. Higher percentage is given based on training participation. We need to make sure you're receiving your training. And then thirdly, most importantly, we need you to respond to calls. So Representative Newman, you know, these 2 o'clock in the morning alarm investigations that we get called out to. You know, we want more people to participate. So we're not relying on just 1 or 2 people to get up and take care of that call. We're relying on the entire department to take an initiative and want to participate more, especially if you're struggling to gain points because you work during the day and a majority of the calls come in during the day. So you want to make up on opportunities for nighttime calls.
Thank you. Any questions? If Mr. Newman has any more, okay, thank you. No other questions for you, Mr. Gillespie. I'll go to Dan Brooks. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Brooks. I'm the fire chief in the town of Winthrop. I would normally say that's not too far away, but since we're statewide now, I guess I may be a ways from some of you. I also serve as the chair of the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission. The commission is a 23-member organization and includes Representative Lookner and Senator Searway, as well as 3 other legislative representatives, and pretty much anybody that has anything to do with the fire service sits on this commission. The commission was started in 1999 by the 119th legislature. They appropriated this group and gave us a handful of assignments. And I'll read right from the law. One of those was recommendations for recruitment and retention of volunteers, including a length of service incentive program for volunteer firefighters. And I state that because I just want to be clear that this isn't some idea we just came up with. This isn't the latest fad for the fire service. The state of Maine recognized this as a key component 22 years ago. In 2015, as Chief Gillespie mentioned, we did, the commission was able to get a length of service award program initiated and to start a commission or a committee to oversee it, which Chief Gillespie is the chair of. So this has been 20 something years in the process of trying to get this up and running. One of the other things I think that's very important is that most of the communities that can get the most use out of this can't afford to do it. A lot of small volunteer fire departments are doing everything they can just to put fuel in their trucks and get people to show. So we need to be able to statewide help out the smaller organizations that can't fund these kind of opportunities on their own. Another key point is a town such as my size, the town of Winthrop, we actually have very good volunteer service. We have 30 members that are very active. But as Chief Gillespie also mentioned, this literally creates a competition to some extent within the department. Not everybody on the department is going to qualify. So it behooves those members to make more calls and to show up at more calls. And while many calls might be able to be handled by 4 or 5 people, many are not, and you never really realize that until you arrive on scene, see what you got. So as a fire chief, I'm looking for all the bodies I can get at a scene every single time. Very rarely does somebody show up that we don't put them to work. So I guess in conclusion, my points is this is not a new thing. It's been operated in many other states, as we've talked about, and been very successful. I think it deserves a shot here in Maine, and we'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Brooks. Any question of the chief? So Winthrop is a volunteer fire department?
Correct. We're completely volunteer, including myself as chief, and I would almost argue for 6,000 people, we may be one of the largest communities in the state that has a completely volunteer. And it has been because of our long history in town and our ability to continue that, that we've managed to get away with that. Although there are some days that I wish that was not in my lap, but for the most part, we enjoy it. I mean, that's why we're there. but there is a huge benefit for guys and females to know that somewheres down the road there's a payoff to coming a couple more times in the middle of the night, or to stay a couple more years, or to do what they can. So
Good.
I think it's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. CO Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Brooks. And I would just say, you're talking to the choir, so just let us see if we can get it to the place where we can sing.
We appreciate that.
Fred Brewer. Where is Fred? There he is.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Frederick Brewer, and I am the Governor's appointee to the Length of Service Award Program for the state of Maine. I was appointed to the LoSAP board because of my background as a CPA, my training and expertise working with municipalities and retirement plans, and my lifelong experience as a fourth-generation volunteer firefighter on the Massasoit Engine Company in Damascotta. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1316 and act to provide funding for the Maine Length of Service Award Program. The original bill that established our program was passed under the 127th legislative session in 2015. We have actively been working towards funding this bill since that time. We were close to achieving funding in the governor's supplemental budget in the 129th legislature, but the quick shutdown because of COVID prevented us from securing the funding necessary to operate the program. This bill is the product of an effort to address Maine's crisis to attract, retain, and support our volunteer first responders, which our communities are so reliant upon. This bill seeks to provide two things for Maine's LoSAP. The first part of the funding will appropriate funds for the administrative costs of the program so that municipalities in Maine can contribute to the program for the benefit of their volunteer firefighters and EMS personnel. The second part of the funding is for a state contribution to the program. The state appropriation will fund contributions for firefighters and EMS personnel that meet the training, meeting attendance, and calls that their department has during the year. This is referred to as qualified services under the plan. The board established the service award calculation so that first responders can accrue benefits for services that will benefit the communities they serve the most. The benefit of the state contribution is that we have set a floor of 30 points that the participants need to earn. If they do not achieve 30 points, then they will not receive a contribution from the state. The ceiling of the program is $1,000 annually per participant. This enables departments to encourage additional participation from their membership by showing them how much service credit they have earned throughout the year. Maine's LoSAP is a deferred compensation program under Internal Revenue Code 457 that is a defined contribution plan. A defined contribution program puts funds in the participants' accounts and they can grow on it and they can draw on it after they reach retirement age and have provided 5 years of vesting service to their community. The defined contribution plan is effective because it doesn't create any pension liabilities that the state will have to fund in future years. The only funding requirement is the annual contribution to the program based on the participant's service to their community. LoSAP programs vary from state to state. States like Maryland, Wisconsin, Oregon, and Pennsylvania have similar statewide defined contribution programs. States like New York, New Mexico, Montana have defined benefit programs that provide a specific pension amount when they reach retirement age based on their years of service. Some states like New York allow individual volunteer departments to have their own LoSAP program that is monitored by the state. Maine is a statewide program that allows individual municipalities to add to the first responders account to supplement the contribution from the state as they see fit. For the sake of the health and future of our volunteer first responders in Maine and communities that depend on them, I urge you to vote in favor of this bill. I welcome questions about the operation of the program and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Representative Newman, I'm going to share my page because this will show you how the contribution is calculated. So this is just a simple example. So 55 calls, 28 trainings, and 10 meetings is what the member attended. So there was 93 attendances. The department's maximum was 127. So if you do the math out, their percentage for the calls was 78% of the calls, 62% of the trainings, and 83% of the meetings. So the potential points is 55 for calls, so they would have earned 43 points. For the trainings, they would have earned 22, and the meetings, they would have earned 8. So if I go to the next page, you can see this is actuals for my department, And I put my information in there because I'm one of those people that I have 4 kids. So my time is limited that I spend at calls, trainings, and meetings, and I work out of town. So you can see my training attendance, I attended 8. I went to 22 calls and I attended 4 meetings. So I had a total attendance of 34. So if you go down to the bottom, there's a 67. So there are 67 potential trainings that I could have gone to when I went to 8. So there were 141 possible calls and I went to 22. So if you look over, I earned a total of 17 points. So the way we're doing the calculation for the state contribution is $10 a point. So by setting that $300 floor, I wouldn't get a contribution because I didn't do enough to earn credit. So the next sheet that I'll show you is kind of a hypothetical one. What would I need to do to get the extra contribution? So if I went to 20 trainings, same number of calls, and I went to almost all the meetings, I would have hit my 30 points. So I would have gotten a $300 contribution, which $300 doesn't seem like a lot, but if you do the $300 for starting at the age of 18 and they stop at the age of 28, when they turn 60, it's about $35,000 that they'll have in a benefit that they can draw on in the future. So that's where this program is beneficial, especially if you have younger people coming in to the fire service. They have the potential for this to grow. So I hope I answered your question, Representative Newman.
Representative Newman.
Yes, that answers my question. Actually, I'd like to have a copy of those documents. So I don't know if they're in with the testimony or not. If they aren't, could I?
Yep. They are in the testimony. So it's all in there. There's other information that's in there that I used when I testified last time. And it talks about the program and the Internal Revenue Code that it's exempt under and all kinds of other things like that. So if you do have any questions, you can send me an email.
I do have one follow-up if I could.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Like on our department, we've got some people that have been on the department for 25 years now. How does that affect them, especially some of them may be retiring, getting done with the next couple of years? If this goes through, will anything go back?
Well, the way that it would work is if they're over 60, they've got 5 years worth of service, they can just take the money out as it goes into their account because they'll get the benefit. They just don't have the benefit of having it grow over the years. I mean, you're not required to take the money out when you turn 60. You can leave it in there. But I mean, I've got it on my department. It's interesting because we've got some older members that are in their 60s and 70s, and I think we even have one in his 80s. And then we have a mix. So we've got this pocket in the 35 to 50, and then we've got this pocket of 18 and 19-year-olds because they're all multi-generational. So there's one family that's in our numbers that's a total of 6 people. So our response is dependent on 3 families, roughly, mostly. So it's the older members are able to take the money out as they want to. And if they want to let it grow, they can. It's at their discretion. That's why it's in New York, they have a defined benefit plan where once you reach your age, you start getting your pension of $200 or $500 a month, depending on how long your terms of service is. There's also an attachment in my testimony that lists out all the states. So National Volunteer Fire Council has a list of each state and what they offer for LoSAP programs. And it's all over the place. Some don't have statewide programs, but there's a lot of departments within the state that have them. Maryland's a good one. And Pennsylvania is another one. New York, they were kind of at the forefront. So all of the individual fire companies have their own LoSAP, but the state monitors it and does the compliance type testing for them. So it varies from state to state. I mean, one of my examples I use Wisconsin because it seems like they're similar to us. And their contribution, you can see what it was over, I think it's 12-year time period. And it starts out at about 500,000 and they're somewhere in the $2 million range for a state contribution. So that's kind of what we use as a rule of thumb when we're trying to develop a budget for this program. And it's not an inexpensive program to administer either, because just the third-party administrators is anywhere from $35 to $50 a participant. And then you have your investment management services, which is like $15. So for the municipalities, it's an expensive program to do for 30 people. And I have in my area 5 departments that are ready to put money in at the municipal level to fund this program. So there's demand out there for it. It's just getting it out there and getting it operational so that we can start getting better data on the participants and what everybody's doing.
Thank you. I have Representative Costain and then Representative Warren who have questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, sir, is there a maximum amount that I know the 457 plan there is, but as far as the fire department, a maximum amount of meetings that they can have to get the funding back from the state, or is the state money just going to start it and the municipalities are going to actually give the firefighters that money? Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Yep. So the whole premise behind it is there's multiple funding avenues. So there's 4 different potential funding sources. One is the state, one is a municipality. It's in there for federal money, and also later on down the line, there's the potential for the individual firefighters and EMS personnel to put money in. That's not allowed at the federal level under Code Section 457. So the maximum amount that we've planned to put in is $1,000 per participant. By law, the cap is 6,000. So we're well below what we're allowed to put in. But
when you say we, you're talking the state, right?
Yeah. So at the state level contribution, it's $1,000 is the maximum. And you can look at the sheet that I just showed you, and it varies. I think we figured the average is about $600 per participant. So it's not everybody's going to get $1,000. It's, I mean, a lot of people, it's anywhere from $400 to $700. So it's not a large sum of money, but it would be nice to be able to offer it as a benefit and also be able to leverage the money that the state's putting in to get the municipalities to put money in as well. So, I mean, I've got one department that's like, you need to come down and talk to us about LoSAP. And I'm like, that's great, but I want to get this part of the program going so that you guys can put money into the accounts for all the different first responders that they have. And it'll be beneficial to them because the personnel will be getting more money into their retirement. And a lot of I know on my department and the surrounding communities, a lot of the firefighters are self-employed. So a lot of them don't have retirement programs at all. I know in my department, I've got 7 that are, and I've got 3 that work for firefighters doing plumbing and electrical work. So as part of their, culture at work, they go to fire calls. So which is great because it's important to serve the community like that.
Follow up, Senator.
Go right ahead.
So the 457, does that allow them to go up to the maximum of 6,000 themselves? So say the state puts 1,000 in, the department puts 1,000 in, can they put that 4,000 in at the end of the year, or they can't?
Unfortunately, the firefighters and EMS personnel can't put any money into the 457 plan at this moment. Senator Collins had proposed a bill 2 years ago to allow for salary deferrals into this retirement program. And it's one of those bills that just kind of sat there and did nothing and died. So there is talk. I know National Volunteer Fire Council has been advocating for it as another avenue to get more money into these LoSAP programs.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. My question was answered. Thank you.
Let me ask you, Mr. Brewer, so there's 3 funding sources, and I'm thinking of the local one. This would be written in a statute that, I mean, the locality could not opt out of this program, right? That's part of having your volunteer firefighters.
it's essentially up to the fire chief themselves if they want to participate, because they have to submit the data to us by May 1st in order to qualify for a contribution.
Yeah.
So if they don't submit it, then, it's their personnel that are going to lose out.
No, but could a board of selectmen decide we're not going to participate in that?
Yep, they can.
It could.
My department, we allocated $7,000 in the budget to fund a contribution to the LoSAP program. One of my other surrounding communities, they've got a endowment that someone left them, and they want to allocate some of that money to put LoSAP funds in for their individual first responders. So, I mean, there's a lot of buzz about it, and there's a lot of interest. It's just a matter of getting the program operational, and then we can start taking in the contributions.
Thank you. Just going to make me think a little different here. And any questions, Mr. Brewer? Seeing none. Stephen Bunker, welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator, and also to Representative Warren, our two co-chairs and honored members of the council, of the commission itself. And thank you to Representative Pickett. I will not try to preach to the choir at all, and many good points have already been made on that. I'm hoping that we have your strong support on this, but I've got both feet in this. I am also a member of the trustees for the LoSAP board, appointed by Maine Municipal Association, is their past president. I'm a 43 member a year member of my local fire department, and also on the board of select persons. So I've got both feet in this and looking heartily to try to get this finally enacted. You've just heard from Fred Brewer. Our trustee members have got the program put together. The issues of method of investment, accruing service credits, vesting schedules, all of that background information was put together. We just need the enabling legislation and funding to get this program off the board. I'm not unlike most departments in my community. When I first joined, we had 45 members on the department and a long waiting list. Now I'm lucky if we get 15 people who participate in them, to the point where my community has now had to start to invest in having our first full-time fireman. So we got a couple of folks in the station that we know as a minimum can get things started. And that is paying a heavy toll on our property taxpayers to make up for the lack of what used to be long-term willing volunteers themselves. Sadly, most of my volunteers are self-employed. As part-timers, they can't participate in the traditional state retirement type programs. I've got little or nothing to be able to offer them to go towards this. As a LoSAP trustee, I have to admit that it's been very frustrating to see this get unanimous support from your committee initially, only to have it fail in appropriations themselves. As an elected official at home and on this trustee member, I'm hoping that you and I do not turn back in history and learn from some catastrophe where lives are lost or property is lost, only to ask ourselves, what did we do to make a difference or not in this? So I strongly urge the committee to give us, again, your unanimous support and take it one step further and do a full court press with Appropriations Committee to try to make this a final reality. I'm hopeful that the anticipated additional federal revenues that are coming forth to the state, that public safety initiatives could be one of those priorities on that, and we could get this program to fruition themselves. Pleased to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Mr. Bunker, did you tell us which community you represent?
I beg your pardon. I'm from the best small town in Maine. That would be Farmington.
Farmington. I think Mr. Newman could say it's Belgrade, but that's okay. No.
They're a great neighbor. I will have to admit that, but I have a bias.
Good. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No question. I just wanted to comment, say, I feel for you because I've been on the fire department, officer on the fire department for many years. I'm also on the select board. When I started on the department, we had approximately 60 volunteers and a strong youth program. And now we're probably 25 people, and really we have no young people that really want to do it at all.
No. I must say that on the 15th of May, I will turn 73. And my fire chief has a pained expression when he sees me throw on an air pack running into a burning building. It's a young person's program out there, but sadly, I have to tell the chief, there's no young people following in behind me on this. That we've talked this one to death. We know that it's a concerted problem. This is not the only solution, but it is absolutely one of those for retention and recruitment of folks that I hope we can embrace.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Hearing both of you, I'm saying if you want something done in a community, you go to the busiest person and they'll tap you for something else. I'm going to ask if there's anyone else that wishes to speak in support of this bill. I think we have everybody going to ask.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition of this bill?
Again, seeing no hands.
Okay. And anyone who wants to provide testimony neither for nor against?
No hands.
Thank you. So I will call this hearing.
Senator,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion. We suspend the rules and go to work session.
Good idea. There a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. I don't need yes, I need a vote, at least a show of hands that we want to suspend the rules. Okay. Thank you, Representative Pickett. So, is there a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion that we ought to pass on LD 1316.
Second.
Moved by Senator Serway, seconded by Representative Pickett. No discussion. Let's make this good. All right. We'll have to have a roll call. Go right ahead.
Video, oh, let me turn the camera on. Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, we're voting on LD 1316. The motion is ought to pass. Representative Warren, yes.
Yes.
Representative Morales. Is
yes.
Thank you. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner. I'll circle back. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Representative Lookner, are you there? Okay, that's 4 absent and 9 yes.
Can you remind me who's absent? Sharp, Lookner, Lawrence, and who else?
Pluker.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, I'll be right back. I have a committee meeting right now. I'll be back.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. So we have 2 bills left. The next one is, I'm waiting. Are you all set, Ms. Fay? Okay. We're going to have 1504, an act to enhance use of critical incident stress management teams for firefighters. And this is presented by Representative Bramlage. I was going to call her my neighbor, but Olachid Saco's in between us. So.
She's joining the committee.
Hi, I'm just trying to get my screen, my video on. Here we go. Technology. We always get a little bit stuck going through the wormhole. I think.
Bad germ. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me just pull up my testimony here. I'm in good shape. Thank you for your patience and once again, your indulgence. And you've all had a long day, and I've been toggling back and forth between tax and E&R and USM. So it's nice to see you all again. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, and in absentia, Representative Warren, and my distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Lori Gramlich, and I am kind of your chairwoman's neighbor, representing Old Orchard Beach, House District 13. I am pleased to present LD 1504, an act to enhance use of critical incident stress management teams for firefighters. As some of you know, and some of you may have heard, I am a social worker and have been working in the public policy arena here in Maine for over 35 years. I have been a longtime advocate for children and older adults in my work in state government, in the public health arena, and in nonprofit management. The underlying policy initiative that I've been working on in Augusta for over 20 years is assuring that folks are able to access mental health care. LD 1504 aims to assure that critical incident stress management team services are not only provided to all firefighters to assist our first responders in dealing with the acuity of exposure to a singular traumatic event, but also that municipal departments have the training necessary to recognize the chronic, long-term implications of exposure to traumatic events and to assist firefighters in accessing the services necessary to address this. I'm going to share some lived experience with you to kind of keep things a little bit in perspective. When I was a child, I lost my home to fire. It was one of the most traumatic events of my life. I was 11 years old, and for days and weeks and months after, whenever I heard a siren, I was brought back to watching my home burn. 10 years later, in college, we had an industrial smoke detector go off in our dormitory where I was living, which of course required us all to evacuate the building in the middle of the night. There I was, 10 years later. I was brought back to that one single traumatic event that impacted me and continues to impact me decades later. I share this story with you as an example of how one single event can impact an individual. I know we all had events in our lives that impact us, but our first responders, our brave men and women who fight fires, are exposed to traumatic events on a daily basis, daily. And while critical incident management teams do indeed exist, they are not in every municipality. The waiting lists are long, and they do not provide the support and intervention necessary to treat the long-term chronic exposure to traumatic events, which is known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Daily exposure to traumatic events can have a cumulative impact on people, and our first responders are particularly impacted. Not only do they have this daily chronic exposure, they also, just like you and I, have the daily stressors of life. And COVID has certainly exacerbated this. LD 1504 is not intended to duplicate services in any way. Rather, it is intended to enhance the critically important services that both acute situations for exposure, as well as to assure services for behavioral health care are accessible for the long term. We need ongoing services for firefighters, and this bill aims to provide this. Training and education in this regard are also key components to assure success, and LD 1504 does just that. It requires fire departments to have at least one employee or firefighter who has received critical incident stress management training and to provide education and access to ongoing behavioral health care related to post-traumatic stress by experienced firefighters. A fire department is also required within their own department resources to maintain a critical incident stress management team, which may include collaboration with another fire department. The intent of this bill is to assure that the mental health care needs of our first responders are met initially after a traumatic event and for the long haul. It is in no way intended to limit choices for mental health care, nor is it intended to duplicate services. Again, the objective is to assure that mental health care needs are still met for our first responders. I have seen firsthand the fractured mental health system in our state. I've been working in the field for decades. We have far more demand for services than we're able to adequately meet, and LD 1504 is a step in the right direction to meet these unmet needs. I have been working with the professional firefighters of Maine and clinicians who are providing these necessary clinical interventions for our first responders, and they were instrumental in helping to craft this legislation. I will want to alert you all that there is testimony, your written testimony has been provided by Ms. Amy Davenport-Dakin. She has been providing clinical services for firefighters for over 20 years. She wasn't able to make it here today because she's indeed seeing firefighters who are in need of clinical intervention and clinical support. I'll also refer you to testimony from Mr. Anthony Peter Morrill, who is a firefighter who shared his own lived experience with complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Again, due to time constraints, neither he nor Ms. Davenport-Dakin were able to be here today, but their testimony is compelling, and I urge the committee, when you have an opportunity, to take a look at that. Just by a side note, talking with folks earlier today, it was brought to my attention that the professional firefighters group and the clinical teams are still providing services for firefighters and folks impacted by the disaster in Farmington, as well as Berwick. So it's an ongoing issue, as I know you're well aware of. I urge you to vote unanimously ought to pass for LD 1504. I thank you very much for your time and your consideration, and I would try to do my very best to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Gramlich? Senator Shinway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would this be including like debriefings and maybe some group sessions, or how does this work?
It could, Senator, thank you for the question. It could. I mean, as you probably are aware, when we're talking about clinical intervention, it's really dependent upon meeting the client where the client is and determining what the client's needs are. So there may be some appropriateness for group intervention. It also may be appropriate to do individual clinical work. Unfortunately, what happens with post-traumatic stress disorder is there's cumulative exposure. And so the individual doesn't ever really get that opportunity for that fight or flight in their brain to kind of settle down. And so there's no way to de-escalate that unless there's some support around that. So it would really, there could be debriefings, there could be group therapy, it could be individual work, but not to minimize all that good work. Importantly, it's really critical that we have individual fire departments throughout the state have that educational component, so they know what the cues are to look for when they may have one of their firefighters who's maybe not doing too well, and they may think, oh well, jeepers, maybe it's just because she's been fighting fires too long, or he's going through a divorce, or whatever the case may be. But the other component is there's been cumulative exposure over and over and over again that they've never had an opportunity to process.
Thank you.
Representative Reckitt.
Thank you. Representative Gramlich, I myself had the privilege of attending stress management, not stress management, but debriefing and of stress trainings with a wide variety of police departments in my area. And what I learned from that day was that there was a huge difference between police issues and firefighter issues, predominantly because of the work schedule and the fact that police officers never really got sufficient time to come back to normal or come back to zero, whatever you want to call it. And that firefighters had because of the way their schedules work, I'm not talking about volunteers, but professional firefighters didn't have that as much of a problem as the police because because of the way their schedules were. My question to you is on the, I'm appreciative of what you're saying and supportive of it. My question is, are you aware about whether or not any departments in the fire service or analogously analogous efforts in the police community are in existence dealing with this issue? Or is this a brand new deal here?
A brand new deal with regard to the crisis intervention team.
Yeah.
Representative, there are teams that do this work within certain departments throughout the state, but the demand has really reached an overload level in terms of what clinicians are able to provide. I'll get you verified information for the work session, but it's my understanding that some of these teams do exist within law enforcement, although I'm not as familiar with that. But I'll try to sharpen my pencil and get that information for you for your work session. But in terms of firefighters, there are some of these teams that certainly are there, but we really need to, we need to enhance those services for our firefighters.
If I could follow up, Senator, do you think there are sufficient clinicians in the state to handle a demand that might be created?
I do. And I say that because I just left a meeting at my day job at USM, and we just graduated a new crop of social workers, and we're getting them out every year, and they all want to be clinicians. So I feel very confident, particularly coupled with some of my other bills in the Health and Human Services Committee, where we've been able to increase their reimbursement rates. I feel very confident that we indeed will have enough providers. The problem right now is the system is set up such a way that we're not able to make that connection for what's happening within the departments and the clinicians that we do have. And when you read Ms. Davenport-Dakin's testimony, as I said, she's been doing this work for a very long time. We need to make sure clinicians understand the nature of the work, which is really unique when we're talking about what firefighters are exposed to compared to certain kinds of interventions that therapists work on.
Thank you very much.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, how are you going to adapt this to volunteer fire departments? I've been to fatal fires involving infants. I've been to fatal car accidents, one involving a very close friend of one of my daughters that I watched grow up playing softball. You can't have one person on a volunteer fire department trained to look for these symptoms, because a lot of times they won't show up on the same call.
So I know it's hard with the mask representatives. I just want to make sure that I was hearing you correctly. So your question was, how are we going to be sure that we're accommodating municipalities where maybe all they have are a volunteer fire department? Did I get that right? Okay, thank you for the question. Currently, as it stands right now, Professional Firefighters of Maine already collaborate and include volunteers within what they're already able to deliver. So there's that. There certainly is room for improvement in terms of that, but we certainly wouldn't want to leave the volunteer folks out of that equation.
Do you still have your hand up, Representative Reckett?
No, I thought I took it down. I guess I must have accidentally put it up again. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
I'm really interested in this. Some of you might know that I was a police commissioner for a while, good long while. Remember the days that front page news, it was a horrific murder. And I found out who was the first officer that walked in to find that. A couple of weeks later, saw him, cup of coffee, how are you doing? And he just let it all out, how it affected his family, his wife, and what have you. At the time, there was no talk of that. No chiefs really, that I know of, believe, that's part of the job, just move on. Come a long way. They do have, well, at least it started with debriefing. Then they have critical, and this is urban, this is not rural. They have critical incidents, and now we're talking maybe more clinical. But at that point, that's where it becomes confidential because it's individual and what have you. You know, this is probably a bill whose time has come full circle. I would like to see one other thing is, and I was thinking of Representative Newman when he said about rural areas. You know, it's almost like the state under the fire marshal should have one person that, you know, when there is a critical incident, probably is not just a fire, but the EMTs responding to even a suicide or anything, that someone from the state level will follow up to make sure someone's getting attention or what have you. That's just a thought. Because even if we pass this, I don't know if it's really, it says required. You know, I have chiefs who probably will say that they don't want to spend the time or what have you, and everything's fine, and they don't believe in clinical services. So I'm sorry, I always am an idea person, so I probably, but I know how these things work. So I appreciate it. When I first read the bill, I thought, I don't know, but it is good. So I'm sorry that there wasn't a question in there.
Was that a question? Did you want me to say, did you want to end that with, don't you agree? Or
don't you agree? No, I mean, no, I'm pretty sure you agree. You know, you're graduating students from USM and we graduated from UNE. So in the days when there wasn't a social worker. So I am going to now turn it over to Representative Morales, who may have a question.
Yeah, it is more of a comment, but it'll be quick. And I just wanted to, because I do support this kind of legislation. And, you know, when I was a law clerk and I was reading over a particular case that involved a fire, it involved, you know, some really serious and really terrible outcomes for children. I was just reading the case and I cannot get the images out of my head of the horrific results for humans in that. So I can't even imagine the responders and what they had to go through, but I still have nightmares about that. So I just thank you for putting this kind of legislation in and having this discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Morales. I still have the nightmares too. And if I'm feeling this way with one single event, I can't imagine what our brave men and women are experiencing on a daily basis. And I think it's really incumbent upon us to be as supportive as we can. And, you know, now I think we're in an era where it's less taboo to talk about the need for assistance and support. And if we're able to do that for our first responders, for our firefighters, then I feel like we've made a difference where it matters. Thank you for your comment.
I will ask if there's anyone who is a legislator or co-sponsor who wishes to testify in support of LD 1504.
Seeing no hands, Senator.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify in support?
Again, seeing no hands.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify in opposition?
I'm bringing over Joseph Thomas.
Welcome, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Senator and members of the committee. You've got my written testimony, so, you know, our opposition here is not really opposition to the program. It's just the fact that, to be honest with you, it's another thing that the state wants the Department of Public Safety to do. And we're at our limits of what we can do and do well. You know, our support to mental health of our personnel is paramount to all of us being able to do our job, as well as our peer first responders that are out in the field. I certainly understand the nexus of the intent of the legislation. Again, I mean, the reality is I haven't got the people to be able to do this. So, you know, at some point, when these additional requests for us to do more things come, we got to have some people and some funds tied with it, because if we don't, it's not going to get done well, and we're going to fail at what we're trying to do. My encouragement would be to let's work with the existing resources that we presently use. You know, Representative Gremlin mentioned about the critical incident stress teams used extensively now. I mean, you know, I look at my own circumstance. I'm a survivor of a bad situation that still eats my guts, and it happened in 1978. We lost a man and his daughter in a house fire on Oakhurst Road in the city of Portland. We found him in the closet in a bedroom, and when we picked him up, his 1-year-old daughter was underneath him, and she was deceased as well. And it was as if he had tried to protect her right until death took them both. And, you know, I had put dead people in body bags for a number of years before that in my career in the fire department. But I will tell you, when I took that 1-year-old girl who was the same exact age as my daughter, and I laid her between the father's legs in that body bag, it took a toll on me, and it still does, and I'm 70 years old. So, you know, we can't create programs that are sporadic. Here's a piece of it, there's a piece of it, there's a piece of it. If we're going to do this, let's put it all together where it belongs. You know, and I look at the assessment teams. You know, right now, presently, critical incident stress management teams and their associated resources are readily available for first responders through Maine EMS, Tri-County EMS, Atlantic Partners EMS. Representative Graham mentioned about the professional firefighters. You know, they've got the main peer support team.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
I'm going to let you finish, even though it's blinking, because, you know, this is very important for us to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, and I mean, I just add on, you know, the Chaplains Association, they're active. Many local fire departments have created their own teams. I think of Portland, South Portland, Westbrook. So, I mean, the resources are out there. My concern is that we got to tie that mental health component into it so that there's not only the aspect of the event at the time that we're reacting to, but what does that look like long term? And I think that's where that needs to be tied in. So my suggestion would be, let's look at those existing resources that we have and see how do we extend that further into our work environments as our careers go on. And I'll just add one other thing. I mean, it sounds really simple. Designate one person in the department. I've got fire departments right now. I've got 7 people left in that fire department. They're still trying to keep the doors open. And I'm going to come along and say, oh, by the way, either you or one of your neighboring fire departments need to create a person who's going to be responsible for the mental health of your agency. Those are the people that exist right now, to me, in the resources that we've got now. Let's enhance those resources and build it out further. I just think that by creating something within us It's going to be sporadic. By no means am I in opposition to the mental health. I just think we need to take the time to put those resources where they belong and enhance what we've already got. And
Mr. Thomas, we have some questions, and I will recognize Representative Morales, followed by Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thomas, one thought did occur to me as you were speaking, and it's about workforce development. It's about, because I think when folks are getting into this line of work, particularly younger people, they want to know the supports are there. And they recognize trauma because it's a part of everyday life now. We learn about it early on. They're learning about it. So I'm wondering if we really, these two dovetail, where we want to recruit more folks to work in this profession. We don't have enough funds to pay them well enough, which we have to rectify. We don't have the funds to support them when they engage in this traumatic but very essential work. But to be able to show them that we're there for you, this is what we're as a state going to commit to. I see that as a win for everybody and really, supporting this work. And so just some comments that you may have about that. I know that's beyond our funding, and that's what we're here for.
Well,
we hear you.
I don't know. Not everything takes legislation to fix. Maybe, it's like if you want somebody in DPS to work to enhance this, I'd love to step up to the plate myself and roll up my shirt sleeves and work with the folks that are out there to do this. Again, I look at, I deal with a lot of I deal with a lot of the mental health professionals professionally that are trained in that subject matter, a lot with juvenile fire intervention, because they're the ones that can to work with these motivating factors. Anyway, my point with this is, you might designate somebody in a department that's going to be kind of the guru, if you will, of the things of this important topic. That I look at the people that are on the assessment teams and the commitment that they have made to training and the time that they put in. That's a lot more requirement than just designating somebody to be, responsible for that. So here again, I go back to my feelings of this. Let's enhance what we've already got by adding the resources that may still be lacking, but put it where those resources presently exist. I mean, right now, I'll tell you, in just Maine EMS, Atlantic Partners, Tri-County EMS, and Aroostook Region 6, I believe it is. I'm flying here from the hip on this one. But by those 4 agencies, we've got the entire 16 counties of the state covered with what we draw on right now for mental health support services. For emergency first responders out there. And I know those teams. I mean, I've sat through some of their debriefings with some of the more recent events. They're volunteers that work in those groups. They represent EMS, they represent fire, they represent dispatchers out there, they represent law enforcement, and they represent local mental health professionals that are in the field here. So I mean, we've got those components there. It's just obvious by this initiative as a bill. I think we're looking to expand further out what those resources could be.
Could I have one quick follow-up, Senator?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. It's just a quick, would you be willing, Director Thomas, to work with the sponsor and Michael Kraus from the Professional Firefighters of Maine before the work session and come together?
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit more about it and what could be feasible? That'd be great. Thank you.
Senator Sirway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I hear Chief Thomas, because, you know, I've gone to a lot of debriefings, and we also we had debriefings with the firefighters as well. And we had chaplains there. We had even personnel. I was in Albion, and people from Winthrop came, and EMS, you know, and the nice thing is it feels like a brotherhood when you're all together working something out and going over it. The thing I think what this brings up that we don't get, and I think this is where the key is that we get the debriefing, we get, you know, if we have problems, we can go and talk to chaplain or whatever. But I think on a occupational therapy situation where something really bothers a person for a little longer than what normal is, that's where we got to get them connected, because I think that's where we kind of missed the boat. And that's what I'd like to see change. I think this really brings this out. And if you could work on that, I think that would be the key.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, is there a reason you've got your hand up?
I was just wondering if I could reply to the
Yes, of
senator's
course.
comments. You know, the senator's point about, you know, debriefings and everything, and I think Representative Grumlock will agree with me. That's only one part of this whole process. That's only one part. And, you know, the other part of this, and I'll be perfectly frank, because I've got 48 years here in this profession, and I think I know the pulse of what it actually feels like and has done. In 1978, when I put that little baby between her father's legs in that body bag, the response that I got from the chief at the scene was, "That's a tough one, but you got to suck it up, kid, and keep on going." Well, you know, now we do debriefings. Now we do reach out and say, you know, we're going to have this chance to wind this down from an event to something that we can get back to some degree of normalcy with. But there's also got a belief that this is a real program and a real issue. This is not just a vogue thing that we're going through now because it's what all the magazines say we should be doing. This is real. People's lives change as a result of the stuff that they go through as first responders. So that culture needs to change. And for that culture to change, I think we need a holistic approach using the resources that we've got.
I'd like to follow up what Senator Sirway mentioned, and he clicked it in my head, and that's the role of the chaplain.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I went to the statewide police chiefs conference, whatever it was. And I know that in my community in Biddeford, our chaplain's been there about 20 years. He's probably in his late 50s, very well respected, and used by maybe Saco or Lotchett even. He's very well liked. When I was at that conference, I met two other very young chaplains who they want to form an organization, an association of chaplains, firefighting chaplains. And I was very impressed by that. They might be, you really can't do this without, you can't miss the chaplains. They're very much ingrained in the whole fire department and very well respected. So, And they have a lot of training like this, and they're talking just like a social worker. I mean, they know what they have to do. So I just want to throw that out because I'll
If you
be.
give me those names, I'll get them linked up with the Chaplains Association for the fire departments.
Oh, that was a couple of years ago. Maybe they're involved. Yeah.
Chaplains, chaplains aren't easy to come. They're not easy to come by anymore, just like the regular volunteers. It's a lot of work getting a chaplain for a department now.
Yeah. It's Kevin Jakes in Biddeford. So,
okay.
All right. No other questions and no one else in opposition. I think you got an earful, Representative Gramlich, but it's all.
Not an earful. No.
No, I don't mean by you, even all of us. I think your head is now this big with information. So,
I'm looking forward to helping,
Yep, of course. All right then. If I don't hear, no one for, neither for nor against. You spoke in opposition, right? But it sounds more like neither for.
Well, it's the piling on to DPS that we're in opposition to.
Okay.
We just got Marine flares. We're looking at grants for turnout gear, and I'm still trying to put investigators out there and inspect buildings.
Well, I want to just say, unless I see any hands up, and I don't, we've received testimony on LD 1504, I believe that is. And so I will now close the.
Neither for nor against.
I thought we did ask that.
I brought.
No, we got somebody there.
Rebecca Graham over.
Yes, I apologize, Ms. Graham. Neither for nor against. I thought I had asked that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay, Senator DeChambeau. Thank you very much, Representative Warren and distinguished members of Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I'm here on behalf of Maine Municipal Association. I want to state clearly that our Legislative Policy Committee is fully behind this, and we backed fully the change in law in 2019 that established these, including fire departments, as well as all public safety individuals, and also tried to make sure that that coverage extended to private ambulance providers who are always responding to those very similar teams. We believe this is happening, as we have heard, within some really finite resources. And it's really important to recognize that there's about 4 hours north of Bangor that doesn't have the same access to clinical providers on a scale that can actually answer this, even though they are doing it regionally. And what we really need is an investment in those resources and a recognition that access to both individuals within the fire department who could carry out these duties, because we can't get people to drag hoses now, is also a problem, as you've also heard. We also think it's really important that individuals, when they're looking at clinical and continuing conversations, the team management piece, we do believe needs to be a more colleague-led process. If an individual needs ongoing services, we do think that providership needs to be determined by that individual. They need to establish their own relationship with that provider. We don't want to necessarily force that upon them. And we have our employee assistance programs at the municipal level that provide access to those services to the provider of their choice as well. And we also have a PTSD presumptive eligibility within the workers' comp process for the issues surrounding those incidents as well. So we believe that we have the bones of what is there, but what we lack is statewide investment in this, and it can't really fall to the local level. So we would love to see this be turned into something that was more of a focus on the resources, as you've already heard Fire Marshal Thomas talk about, rather than a mandate to find folks when we're having a challenge, both getting them trained, because all of them are volunteers. They often have full-time jobs and don't necessarily have the time to do all the existing training, then to add another layer of training. We really want those resources to be within the community and just, say as a state that we're going to invest in this and create programs that will respond to them rather than making them create programs that respond up. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Well, you've probably heard our discussion, but I think your testimony addressed many of those areas. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Graham, for being here. I know we said about we have to have an investment by the state, but there's only so much state can go around. So we got to have, I think we got to start looking at shared investments, not just the state, but the entity that they're trying to help. So have you in the MMA with your people, have you guys had that conversation to see what you can do, as well as looking for help from the state to see if you can do something to enhance what's actually going on right now?
Thank you for that question, Representative Pickett. Yes, we have established programs within our own services that we provide to municipalities specifically for these types of incidents. I have attended critical incident stress debriefings myself. There are a number of assistance programs, the employee assistance programs. What often we're finding, particularly within rural areas, is that there aren't clinicians. They may have graduated from USM, but they're not moving into Danforth. So there is a lack of resources there. So it's almost a benefit without the ability to deliver on the other end, because there isn't that connection to the health system as well. So we do have a lot of more colleague-driven approaches, which we believe was answered in 2019 with the current law as it is. And it's not overly prescriptive for law enforcement for the same reasons. We want to be able to have them shape that local program in terms of the incident by themselves in a way that suits them and allows their resources to expand, because they're not all equally available.
Follow up?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would you agree then that this is another situation where we now, as a legislature and as a state, have to start prioritizing what we're working on and what is important, and leave things that we can't really afford for a later time? I think we're at that position. We really are, because we can't take care of everything as much as we would like to, but we have to start prioritizing. Would you agree with that? And does your organization, would they agree with that, do you think?
I think that from the MMA perspective, municipalities are as practical as you can get. It's usually doing more with less and finding creative ways to do that, which is what we felt came out of the 2019 process. It allowed us that flexibility to do that, because we did not have access to those resources, and we didn't have a lot of folks on the ground either to increase training for. So in terms of legislative priorities, that's what you guys get elected for. So I won't weigh in on that.
And just to be clear, I was not trying to say you weren't. I was just saying, I think we've come to a time where we need to prioritize what we're doing right now and do it well, just like I believe Mr. Thomas said earlier. Thank you much.
Senator,
Thank you.
May.
Yes, go right ahead, Rebecca.
Representative Pickett, I do think you're right in that regard. And I know that we're already within the law enforcement realm talking about this in terms of trying to get folks that are able to respond with law enforcement officers to deal with the vast mental health crisis that we have within the state of Maine. So yes, I believe this is part of the whole, and thank you very much.
Yeah, and we appreciate that as law enforcement.
We haven't even discussed correctional officers or caseworkers that work there. So we're gonna let that go. I'm fine. All right. So I believe there is no one else that wishes, or is there anyone else that wishes to testify neither for nor against?
Seeing no hands.
Thank you. So unless I hear any differently or anyone has any more comments to make, I will close this meeting of LD 1504, I believe. Yeah. And this concludes our public hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Public hearing for today. And tomorrow we have I think, 12 work
Do we-
sessions.
Do we
So
still have 1408 or not?
did I miss that? Yes, Donna. This is not a good, I am going to probably turn it over to Representative Warren since I have to change an appointment now. So
I'm ready.
are you all set? You can do that?
Yes.
Good. That is Senator Diamonds, and I will return. Just got to make a phone call.
Representative Morales, you had some information you would like for the work session?
Yes, I was wondering if Jane, if we could have Michael Kraus and Amy Davenport at the work session on LD 1504. Thank you.
Trying to see, thank you, Representative Morales, if Senator Diamond is with us for his bill?
Not yet.
Thank you, Deb. So next up, we have a public hearing. I'll get us started for LD 1408, an act to increase the protection of children from domestic abuse and violence with Senator Bill Diamond. Deb, did he ask to be contacted before the public hearing, or have we communicated with him?
I did not. I'm calling over to transportation now.
Okay. I'll also send him a text.
Representative Warren,
Yes, Representative Costain.
there's no testimony in the portal, but I will do the summary if you want me to, if he doesn't show up, so we can do it.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I'm
We can
not,
give him a minute, but I'm just saying if he doesn't show up, unless you want to postpone it, whichever.
thank you. Let's see if Deb was able to get a hold of the clerk in transportation.
Darlene did not pick up the phone. I sent her an email. They must be busy.
Their meeting today.
I'm not sure. I could check.
I see Ms. Loopy has her hand up. I don't know if maybe she has some information, if she's spoken with, nope, she put her hand down with the senator.
They don't seem to be meeting. Looking at the schedule.
Jane, what's your thought? Should we go ahead and take Representative Costain up on his generous offer?
We could do that and then invite Senator Diamond to speak at the work session.
I think that's a fair thing. Do other people agree? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's okay. We can do that.
Okay. Yeah, he's not, he hasn't gotten my text, or I'm not getting a response from him, so. All right, Representative Costain is going to introduce the next bill, LD 1408.
Representative Warren and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Committee, I'm submitting testimony for Bill 1408. It's Senator Diamond's bill, an act to increase the protection of children from domestic abuse and violence. This bill elevates the crime of a domestic violence assault to domestic violence aggravated assault if the assault is committed in the presence of a child under 14 years of age. So this violates section 207, paragraph A, in the presence of a child who has not obtained their 14th year of age. This violation will be a Class C crime. That's all I have.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Costain? Just kidding. Let's take testimony in support of LD 1408. If you're here to testify in support, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll move to testimony in opposition of LD 1408. And I see Michael Cabetta. Come on over.
Madam Chair, I just talked to Senator Diamond, and he said he was a co-sponsor on the bill. It's actually Representative Andrews' bill, I believe.
I don't think so, but thank you so much for that, Senator.
Okay, that's what he said anyway.
Okay, thank you. So did he say he's coming?
No, he said he was a co-sponsor. He said that he thinks it was Representative Andrews' bill.
Anybody interested in going into work session and just taking care of this right now? If nobody claims it as their bill, I guess we don't have to spend a lot of time on it.
Go ahead, Dick.
I guess no. Okay, Michael, you're up. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine, and on behalf of our members, we urge you to reject this bill. Under current law, perpetrating domestic violence assault against a, quote, family or household member is a Class D crime, which carries a prison sentence of up to 1 year. This bill would make it a Class C crime to commit the same crime in front of a young child, someone aged 14 or younger. There is no evidence that increasing the crime from a Class D to a Class C crime will keep children safer. Imposing tougher punishments for behavior that's already criminalized,
which is true,
will only swell failed systems. This approach punishes after the fact, but does not prevent the victimization of children or keep them safe. It would also put spouses in a difficult position of knowing if the police are called, their abuser faces a felony punishable up to 5 years in prison. In order to keep children safe, legislators ought to invest resources into survivors and their children, so that when danger approaches, families find safety on their own terms without needing to rely on abusive adults to survive. Nationwide, organizations and coalitions to end domestic violence agree with this perspective. Last June, a list of groups that included the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence and the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault signed a letter recognizing that the criminal legal system has failed to solve very real problems. The letter, which was titled Moment of Truth, stated, quote, "We have held up calls for victim safety to justify imprisonment and ignored the fact that prisons hold some of the densest per capita populations of trauma survivors in the world. That letter draws on the deep wisdom of the most marginalized. It contains solutions well suited to the problem that this bill seeks to solve. It's a profound work of legal and political prophecy. We urge the bill's sponsors, whoever they may be, and the members of this committee to read it carefully, to draw inspiration from it, and to seriously consider doing things differently. We urge the committee to vote ought not to pass, and I am happy to try to answer questions."
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? I have Representative Pickett and Representative Reckitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kabidi. So from your testimony, if I'm hearing you right, you think that if somebody who decides to beat on their spouse in a domestic assault, and they have children in the same room and they still decide to do it in that respect, that they should be held to the same standard as someone who just beats on their spouse or their significant other. Is that what you're saying in your testimony?
Well, Representative Pickett, before answering your question directly, I'd like to say that I was that child. I was the child who witnessed that kind of domestic violence. And this is not something I take lightly. It's not an intellectual exercise for me. It's a very, very personal matter. Part of my point to the committee is that raising the penalty actually makes it less likely that the family will seek help. Because often the family depends on the abused spouse for economic sustenance. And raising the crime to a felony makes it less likely that the abuser will make money, makes it more likely that the family will enter poverty. And poverty is one of the reasons that primarily women and children get abused by abusive spouses. And so, of course, it's a horrible thing when these acts of assault and battery take place, especially in front of a child. But this bill would exacerbate the problem.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and I'm sorry you had to experience that. But on the other hand, these kind of things here, people have to take responsibility for their actions. And so if they turn around and they get involved in a situation like that and they choose to assault their significant other, and it's a domestic violence type thing, violence assault, if they do, then at that point there, I think, and the question I have for you is, are you saying that you think that because the abuser needs to be working, he's going to be more of a help to his family? Because I don't see that.
Well, actually not entirely. So there are at least two negative outcomes that'll result from passing this bill that are directly related to the problem of domestic violence. The first is sending people away to prison for a slightly longer period does not make them a kinder or more humane person. It doesn't mean that when they leave, they're less likely to recommit a similar offense against someone else or against the same person. And so incarcerating the person is not as likely to solve the problem in a general way. As for the calculation in the mind of the domestic abuser, the person about to assault the family member, I think what you're suggesting, Representative Pickett, is that if the person knows that the penalty is higher, then they'll be less likely to engage in that behavior. But by the same token, if the spouse knows that the penalty is higher, they are actually less likely to call the police, whether you like it or not. And this is something that I grew up around, both in my household and in households all around us. Spouses continue to care for the people they are abused by. It's a sad fact, but it's true. And they don't want their abusers to be abused. And what this does is exactly that. It just increases the penalties. It punishes someone who's perpetrating abuse. And, you know, it makes an impoverished family more likely to be impoverished. There are other ways to solve these problems. And that's partly why the bulk of my testimony focused on the Moment of Truth letter, which is linked in a footnote in my testimony. I urge you to read it.
And I appreciate what you have to say. I also would tell you that I have handled many domestic assaults in my life, and I've seen many families that have been torn apart by it, including kids that have sat by and watched that. So I know exactly what takes place there, and I know that had to be hard for you. And I think that's why we have the batterers intervention and all of those things set up and trying to help people that have that issue. But I'm just saying that, you know, it in my mind, doing that in front of children in a home, that's just reckless disregard for anything altogether. That's my way of thinking. And we could debate this all day, and this isn't a work session, so we won't do that. But I thank you for what you had to say, and I just hope you can appreciate where I'm coming from too.
Thank you, Representative Reckett. I absolutely appreciate where you're coming from, and I agree that behavior like that is reckless. Yes.
Representative Reckett.
I'm trying to not just respond, but to really craft a way to ask what I think is an important question. Because I know that in any family that has children and has domestic abuse, the children know that that's going on, whether they're in the room or they're not in the room. I presume that was your experience. The thing that I've been, you know, sounding every time somebody says you're going to do something big with the kids in the room, the kid knows what's going on. Doesn't matter if they're in the room or if they're down the hall or if they're upstairs. They know what's happening, and it's destructive to them in both cases. However, I think that what I'm hearing you say, and I know it's the position of the Domestic Violence Coalition folks, is that there are a whole slew of places in the system that don't understand the interaction around children and domestic violence, starting with guardians ad litem. Don't get me started. But I think that it's really, my question to you is it your understanding that if somebody had an arrest for a misdemeanor assault, that there are a couple of things that could happen? They could be sent to batterers intervention programs, I believe. That's true, you're saying?
Absolutely, yeah. And that's one of the best things that could happen.
Right, and the people who are arrested and it's a felony, it'll take them a way longer time to get into a program in prison. So they're more likely to come out with the same attitudes they started with. But the other thing is that the women know exactly what's going to happen, and they're terrified, not just of the assault, but of the follow-up. Not necessarily from the abuser, but from the world, if they can't support their children alone. So I guess my interest in, because you know the law better than I do probably at this point, because I've been out of the field for 5 or 6 years. But if in fact it's true that someone could be, the other half of the question is, can a judge not take into consideration, should they choose, the fact that there are children in this family? And if there is if they're certain that the child has either witnessed or heard or whatever, even in a more graphic way than I'm willing to say it happens anyway, is there not a range of punishments that could be given to a person based on what actually happened at the scene?
So Representative Reckett, before directly answering, let me just say, of anyone I've met in Maine, you are probably more knowledgeable about this issue, period. And you have probably done more personally to solve this issue in Maine than any human being I've encountered. So thank you for your decades of work in this area. And I know that you have a personal family stake in it as well. You're right, judges have discretion, and depending on the work of the prosecutor, with social workers, with the victims and the survivors, a range of outcomes can be fashioned on a case-by-case basis. I think that is generally the best approach, and I think the legislature should help expand the range of options so that we don't keep doing what we know doesn't work, which is locking people up for a long period of time.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely, thank you.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I look at this bill and I read it, my question is for you, sir, is that this bill is really all about accountability, okay? And I feel that a lot of times we make excuses for people for their actions, and this bill is very clear, and I understand what you're saying, okay? But when somebody is abusing their wife or their spouse or the kid in front of kids, they should be held to a higher standard and be responsible for what they're doing. And that's what this bill does. It raises it to the next level. It's different if you're abusing your spouse, okay? Not that it's right, but then you're doing it in front of your children, as you said, sir, and has affected you probably your whole life, and it probably will affect you to the end. So why shouldn't that person be held to a higher accountability for what they've done?
Representative Costain, as I understand it, you're right. That's the heart of the bill. It seeks to impose a stricter, harsher, worse punishment on people who perpetrate assault in front of kids, domestic assault against their partners. But we also have to ask, what other outcome will this bill have? And I think the answer to that question is, it won't solve the underlying problem. It may make the person who did the horrible deed feel terribly, and it may make them have a worse life. And that might be one idea of accountability. But another idea of accountability is making sure that doesn't happen again. And sending someone to jail for a slightly longer term doesn't make sure that doesn't happen again. You may think it does, but that's not what the data say. The data says that you send someone to jail for 3 years as opposed to 1, well, they'll come out bitter and likelier to commit domestic violence assault. And I think as a society, we ought to be accountable for everyone in it, even for the people who do the worst deeds. One of my part-time jobs before the pandemic was to facilitate a book club at Cumberland County Jail, which is the closest jail to where I live, for veterans who've been charged with sex crimes. And that was my personal way of taking accountability for the failure of the government to care for and to make more humane some of the people who are willing to die for it. And I think that to start the clock at when the violence happened, and then to stop the clock at when the domestic violence stopped happening, we'll just keep it going. And what you have to do is look at the whole person suffering the violence and the whole person committing the violence. And you have to fashion a response that draws on the best social science and the best social work research, rather than a response that only draws on our failed prison system. But that's what this bill does. It sees the entire world as nails because all that you're holding are hammers. But we have more tools at our disposal.
Follow up real quick.
Real quick, we're taking a long time here, but go for it, Representative Costain.
Now, I'll wait for the work session.
Okay. I do want to mention again, we have a bill that seemingly doesn't have a sponsor, and we're spending a lot of time on it. So anyone else in the ought not to pass, want to testify in opposition? Seeing no one else that Representative Pickett, do you have a question?
No, I just wanted, we did go in and check in the actual legislator where the bill come in, and Senator Diamond is the sponsor of this bill, according to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I'll go to anyone here to testify neither for nor against.
I'm bringing over Rebecca Austin and Faye Lupi and Lucia Hunt and Melissa Martin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Rebecca. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Representative Warren and members of the committee, my name is Rebecca Austin and I am from Farmington. I am here on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence to testify neither for nor against LD 1408. I'd like to raise several issues for your deliberation and to offer an amendment for your consideration. So we absolutely agree that Maine must do better to protect children impacted by domestic abuse and violence. However, in our experience, the court that is best positioned to do this is not the criminal court, but the civil court. Our family and child protective courts have long been ill-equipped to screen for domestic abuse and violence, to understand its impact on children, and to structure court orders that appropriately protect the non-offending parent and child. A great place to start by addressing this challenge is to address the inadequate training and support for Maine's guardian ad litem. MCEDV does have concerns with the proposal outlined in LD 1408, and we've provided more in our written testimony. Today, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what we think we could do to support children. As noted in a 2010 report issued by the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, guardians' reports and recommendations have an enormous importance within the system, and all actors in our court rely on them. The report goes on to assert that despite the important role guardians play, training for guardian ad litems on issues related to domestic abuse and violence is not consistent nor comprehensive. It goes on to say that domestic violence and high conflict cases are often misunderstood and confused with each other. The Abuse Commission recommends that guardians who take on domestic violence cases need to possess domestic violence expertise and thorough domestic violence training. This guidance was given in 2010, and more than 10 years later, we still have no thorough, consistent, or coordinated systematic training for guardians. To be rostered as a guardian in Maine, a person must go through a 4-day training. However, less than 2 hours of this training is dedicated to the understanding of one of the most complicated family dynamics present in the vast majority of cases that guardians work on. Additionally, there is no requirement to engage with ongoing training. Attached to this testimony is a proposed amendment that would require guardians to receive no less than 6 hours of training on issues related to domestic abuse and violence and its impact on children, as well as allocating 2 hours of continued legal education on this issue. We thank you for the opportunity to highlight these issues to the committee, and I would share that MCEDV and our member programs would be enthusiastic to be a resource for this committee as you continue deliberation on LD 1408.
Wonderful. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to questions, and I have Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rebecca, for being here and testifying. Could you make sure that we get a copy of your testimony, because we have your name in the queue, but we don't have your actual testimony. We'd like to have that for the work session.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Rebecca. I'll next go to Faye Lupi.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Warren and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I reside in Poland Spring, Maine, and today I'm testifying as the project director of the Violence Intervention Partnership from Cumberland County, neither for nor against LD 1408. But instead in support of the MCEDV amendment proposal with some specific information about the current guardian ad litem training, because I've been the one to provide it for the past 6 years. But first, I'd like to begin by recognizing Senator Diamond's longstanding dedication to protecting children in Maine, and also to the dedication and commitment that has become apparent just now from the members of this committee. But let me be clear, this is a really difficult bill to oppose in any way on its surface. But due to the potential unintended consequences of LD 1408 outlined in the MCEDV and commission testimony and the testimony from the ACLU, I believe that the proposed amendment to strengthen guardian ad litem training is a more effective option to achieve the desired goals of protecting children and accountability than a new felony offense. As I mentioned in my written testimony, I was a former prosecutor, and unfortunately, this bill, were it to pass, might actually involve requiring the children to testify in these matters or the victims to actually prove those elements of that there was a child present and the age of that child. And prosecutors try to avoid putting children on the stand in these cases. But I want to shift right now to the role of guardians. Guardians ad litem play a pivotal role in cases involving parental rights and responsibilities and child welfare cases. Yet these guardians lack the training necessary to carry out this important role. Let me focus directly on the required 4-day training, because I've given that training with a coworker for the past 6 years. I can attest that the time allotted is woefully inadequate. We've been allotted 90 to 100 minutes, 105, including time for questions, to cover the extensive list of topics outlined in my written testimony. For example, her part on DV 101 generally takes 2 hours. The part about just at the very end, I usually have 5 minutes to talk about risk assessment in domestic violence cases. And that takes 2 hours when I present the training to the cadets at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. So all of the information that we try and speed talk through in that training, we have less than 90 minutes for it. You have a list in the written testimony of all of that. It allows no opportunity for case studies, interactive learning, or the methods I use as a trainer and teacher. And I will conclude by saying that's why I'm joining the recommendations made by the Commission and the MCEDV to advance the long-term well-being of children by requiring guardians to be better equipped to respond to these complex cases. Thanks for the opportunity to provide information about the current training and the need for meaningful change. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll start with Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sloopy, for being here. And you've really actually zeroed in on what will be. That's what we all want here, and that's what I want here. I take these cases very serious, but you've really given me a different way to look at this thing, a different lens to look through. And thank you for that testimony. It was very well done.
Any other questions for Ms. Loopy? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I see Lucia Hunt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Warren and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Lucia Hunt. I'm the chair of the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Commission, neither for nor against LD 1408, an act to increase the protection of children from domestic abuse and violence. I really appreciate Senator Diamond's longstanding commitment to addressing the impact of domestic violence on children and this committee's discussion today about the importance of holding offenders accountable. We know that adverse childhood experiences, including domestic violence, have a negative impact on future violence victimization and perpetration and lifelong health and opportunity. We know that domestic violence is a persistent problem in Maine. The Abuse Commission discussed this bill at our April meeting, and members expressed some concerns I wanted to bring to the committee's attention. First, there were several concerns about the technical implications of the proposed language from a criminal law perspective. As written, it is unclear what culpable mental state the state would have to prove with respect to the child's presence. Would the state have to prove the child was in fact present? Whether or not the defendant knew or had reason to believe the child was present? Or does the state have to prove the defendant knew the child was present? Similarly, would the state have to prove the defendant knew the child had not attained the age of 14? Or is it sufficient for the state to prove that the child had not in fact attained the age of 14, regardless of what the defendant knew or believed? What does present mean in this context? Does the state have to prove the child saw or heard the crime? And as Ms. Lupke said, would the state have to put a child witness on the stand to testify that she heard what happened? What if the child was in the next room? Commission members also pointed out that the presence of a child is already an aggravating factor in sentencing. Additional concerns were raised about whether this intervention is likely to deter domestic violence, similar to those concerns raised by the ACLU in their testimony, and equity considerations regarding the impact of creating this new felony crime. At our April meeting, in addition to discussing the concerns about the language of the proposal, the Commission also heard from MCEDV about the proposal you've heard, the amendment to this bill that would address the problem of child exposure to domestic prevention by increasing the requirements for training about domestic violence for guardians ad litem. The Commission has long recognized the issue of inadequate training for guardians and supports the MCEDV amendment. Training guardians about the dynamics of domestic violence, its impact on children, and appropriate interventions for families is a long-standing gap in Maine's response to domestic violence. The MCEDV amendment, adding some evidence-based training to the core curriculum and ongoing certification for guardians, would significantly improve Maine's response to the problem of children witnessing domestic violence. The Commission really wants to thank this committee for its ongoing support of families impacted by domestic violence and urge you to consider the problem of children exposed to domestic violence with a long-needed intervention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, let me just ask one. Actually, I have one. Did somebody attach the amendment to their testimony? Maybe it was Rebecca who was going to.
So Rebecca Austin, I can't answer that. Rebecca Austin testified on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, and you're actually going to see the written testimony under Andrea Mancuso's name. Andrea was not able to be here today, so Rebecca was reading the MCEDV testimony, but you'll actually see it under Andrea Mancuso's name, and I believe it's already submitted.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. We'll look for it there.
And the amendment is.
Oops, I think you froze, but I think you're saying the amendment is attached to the testimony. Wonderful. Lucia, thank you so much as always. Any questions? No. Melissa Martin, welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Warren and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Melissa Martin, and I'm a staff attorney at Pine Tree Legal Assistance. Since 1967, Pine Tree Legal Assistance has provided free legal services to low-income Mainers across the state. In 2020, we worked on over 6,000 cases affecting over 15,000 people. Our Family Law and Victim Rights Unit, which I am part of, worked on over 1,300 civil legal cases for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. As part of that work, the attorneys in my unit work extensively on parental rights and domestic violence and divorce cases involving domestic violence and sexual assault survivors. So we do a lot of work on the cases that guardian ad litems are involved in. And because of that, I wanted to speak to you specifically today about the amendment that MCEDV has proposed and why we agree that that's vitally important. A domestic violence conviction or a finding of abuse is a really important step in a parental rights or a divorce case, but it's just that, it's a first step. There are so many decisions that the court has to make after. A lot of times we know that the dynamic is basically that there is a parent who is found to be the abuser and there's the parent who is the survivor of domestic violence, and that those two parents are going to move forward in a divorce or parental rights case. And the court is going to have to make a number of decisions, like what their contact is going to be, what the abusive parent's contact is going to be with the children. And when a guardian ad litem is appointed, their perspective on this is really heavily weighed by the court. So it is incredibly important that they have appropriate training and know how to think about and prevent post-separation abuse from happening between the abusive parent to the surviving parent, and also be able to think about what would be in the best interest of the child. The statute already outlines a number of things that the court can order, including supervised visits, exchanges in a protected location, ordering that a parent abstain from alcohol or other substances. But the guardian ad litem is really, when they're involved in the case, they're the crux of making those recommendations to the court. And it's really important that they have a comprehensive understanding of domestic violence so that they can make the most appropriate recommendations. What we see is that when guardians don't understand the dynamics of domestic violence, that can be problematic because it creates challenges for them in being able to make appropriate recommendations for children's health and safety. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to testify neither for nor against LD 1408? Seeing none, I will just say also to the committee that there is testimony from CLAC, as Jane pointed out, that says that judges can use this as a sentencing factor. So that will be an interesting piece of information before the work session. Does anybody need anything from Jane before the work session on this bill? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 1408. And we are back tomorrow at 9 a.m. with a lot of work sessions, Representative Costain and then Representative Pluker.
I just wanted to tell you that I had my aide check with the revisory's office, and this bill was Senator Diamond's.
Thank you.
The original bill put in was from him.
Okay, great. Thank you, Representative. Representative Pluker.
I was hoping to register my vote for 1360.
Oh, great. I bet Deb was hoping you'd do that as well.
Yes. Actually, both Representative Pluker and Representative Lookner need to vote, if I'm not mistaken. So the bill is LD 1316. The motion was ought to pass.
I'd like to vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Representative Lookner's on the phone.
Either that or in another meeting. So we'll have to have you do that another time.
That's fine.
Thank you, Deb. Anything else from Deb or Jane? Great. Okay, so we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.